We got a full snowman out back. It was pretty cool.
We have one too.
We got nothing in Annapolis. So.
Oh.
I should take pictures. I didn't realize we were right on the line. I should take a picture and show everybody. Of course, it's raining now, so it might have melted.
Yeah, my daughter got a picture of her snowman. I'll have to share it.
We're going to get started now. So 10 seconds. Please mute. If everyone could you keep your cameras on if you're. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the December 16th, 2020 virtual meeting of the Board of Education. I am Board President Michelle Corkadell. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The Board Attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be, quote, held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternative accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items to be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The Board Attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please now pause for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the last Board of Education meeting for the 2020 calendar year. Over the last 12 months, our school system has lost a number of students and staff. I ask you to now join me for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. We're now going to move on to roll call. Ms. Frank.
Here.
Ms. Ellis.
Here.
Ms. Schallheim.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Here, can you hear me now? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Ms. Tobin.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Antwine. We cannot hear you, unfortunately. I can see you.
Do not appear to be on mute, but yeah, we don't hear.
I'll take the thumbs up for the roll call. And hopefully we can work that through. Mr. Silkworth.
Yeah.
Great. Item 2.03 is the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve or request for edit?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Motion and second has been made. Do we have consensus to adopt? Any member wishing to disagree, please speak now, and we'll move to debate and roll call. Seeing no motion of the board, the items 2.03, the meeting minutes from the last meeting, has passed. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Do we have any motions from the floor at this time? Seeing no movement of the body, I am willing to entertain a motion to adopt as.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been seconded and made. Do we have consensus to adopt the agenda? Please note any difference. Seeing none, the agenda order has been established and is adopted. Next item is 2.05, recognitions. As we prepare for the arrival of a new year, we must not overlook the amazing employees, teachers, and volunteers who hold our school system together. The folks who, behind the scenes, are supporting our schools and satellite offices each and every day. Over the past 4 months since schools have been in session, the board, like everyone, has had to make many tough decisions. We've had to focus on business, especially during our twice-monthly board meetings, to ensure efficient and effective management of our school system. While these business meetings of the board are important, the recognition of the staff and volunteers are just as important, if not more so. After all, we would not be one of the best school systems in the state if it weren't for those behind the scenes. Therefore, beginning January 6th of 2021, the board will reintroduce our celebration of our Educator of the Month, our Employee of the Month, and our Volunteer of the Month recognitions. We encourage AACPS staff members to nominate individuals who exemplify AACPS awesome, and perhaps you will see your nominee recognized for their contributions in the upcoming months. For more information on how you can nominate someone for these recognitions, please contact the board office by email at boardoffice@aacps.org or go to aacps.org/recognitions. And I would be remiss if I did not give a special shout out to our principals whose heavy lift is help making this happen and many months of planning behind the scenes. And thank you so much, Dr. Arlato, to you and your staff, and Ms. Howell for helping us restore such an important board tradition. Greatly appreciated. Next item, I do have a lot of pieces of paper today, is the president's update. I didn't write anything down formally, but I did want to take a minute just to say a couple words, as this will be my last president's update and my last portion of a board meeting presiding over. And I don't know if I would have accepted that nomination had I known COVID was coming, because I can tell you that, but ultimately I do know that I've never walked away and never been unwilling to take on what needs to be done for our community and in the interest of our students. And so perhaps I would, I'll never know. But I do know that just a short 3 months into my term, we were hit with a disaster like none other. This crisis has affected every single human being, every single facet of our life. And it was a heavy lift. Everybody's experiencing such personal strife during these moments. And the sustainment of and duration of this crisis is wearing on everybody. And everybody is very weary. And it's easy to want to cut some corners here and there. It's easy to want to, maybe not think the best of one another. But through all of this, we have a great team in each and every single one of us that is translated us getting business done. Now, I'm not going to idealistically proclaim that our board is the model of professionalism, and we do get a little sloppy along the way, but we get the job done, and we make sure at all moments in time that we have our constituents engaged. Of course, our constituent pecking order starts with our students and ends with our students. Every single one of us, for many different reasons. It's been an honor and a privilege to lead us through this darkness, but we're not over it yet. And so it's going to take a continuation to push through, to make hard choices. Being a leader is about having a spine, not just having the guile, push through it, but also having a practical common sense with grace and compassion at all times and giving everyone always the benefit of the doubt. These are very emotional issues, and these conversations are going to continue. But I have faith in each and every single one of my colleagues, new and ones that I've got to know over the last year or respectively. And I'm very confident that together, even if it looks a little sloppy to the public, that's because we care a lot and we're passionate about our students and we're passionate about our education. And we want to do the right thing and we want to get it right. We're not always going to get it right. We're going to make mistakes, but together we're going to work through them hand in hand. And I know that our future leadership, whoever is decided upon tonight, will take that torch, because I can assure you that being in the leadership seat is not like being a member. You have to put your board above at all times. You have to benevolently look, and you have to be willing to take the criticism when sometimes intent gets in the better way of practical judgment. It's not an easy role, and there's a lot of different personalities to work through, and at all moments in time, everyone is looking at you as representing all of us. But I know each and every single member has what it takes to fill those big shoes. Over the course of this year, and even prior as vice president, and prior to that as policy chair, and even coming in as a new member, I've gotten to know our executive team, Dr. Alato and his staff. I've gotten to know even better the community leaders that I've been spending decades working with and helping build a better community over. And in this seat, it is a different role. I will clearly look forward to, and I know my family will, maybe a couple more dinners together instead of prep work for the meeting. But I plan on continuing to flip some of those hours back over again and reinvesting into the board. So, working with MABE, of course, many of us have taken on committees positions, and I actually took a couple on. One or two I was surprised at, didn't anticipate, so pleasant surprises. But it goes to show what AACPS really is about. I mean, who we really are. We're well recognized. I'm very proud. I mean, as frustrating as it was to get us to this moment where we can have some public testimony, where we can bring back our recognitions, all is a lot of hard work in the background. And as frustrating and as slow as it may seem, our result is that model that many choose from. Anne Arundel County still is the most transparent and one of the leaders in equity, in how we conduct ourselves in our virtual learning environment, in how we are addressing mental health and social emotional well-being of our children, and now even in virtual environment. These are things all to be proud of. And I know some people, when they're departing an officership, will cite off a big giant list of things they've accomplished. But I think it's what we've accomplished that matters. And so I'm going to table that and defer that, because that's about each and every single one of us that has been here in the past and is currently with us. And even those who we didn't serve with that paved the way. We may look at something and say, it's not enough. But the heavy lift that it took to get there tells the story and the importance of the torch that we have to carry and the burden that we bear. This is our moment of leadership, and our burden of bearing will include this crisis and will include some many tough conversations where we may not even agree. But I know one thing we agree about, and it's those students out there. I don't want to take too much of everybody's time, but I want to thank everyone for their support. I'm a firm believer in mentors and professional development, and I think it just betters the board as a whole, and me as an individual grows. And I truly have grown as a leader, as an individual, and as well as someone in governance. And so thank all of you so very much. But what's even more exciting is the honor and privilege of introducing some very hardworking folks, and you're going to get to know these guys' names on a very, very regular basis, and hope to come and know and love them as I have. We took a lot of time. Virtual environment did limit, I think, what we originally planned for you guys. Not that you ever want to say what you intended to do versus what you are, but we adapted everything. And Dr. Alana's team and Diane, I mean, she's our champion of transitions. And so her and Jackie both worked so incredibly hard, but we added a lot of new features to the transition. And the feedback that we got, the lessons we learned when we came in, hopefully went a long way. And we also set a stage where the conversation continues. And so I look forward to watching you guys grow and get comfortable in your positions. All three of you have such a vast, diverse amount of experience in governance, in board, and even in leadership roles. So I encourage you to strive for that. And if you're tripping up over that extra time it takes to take on that project, just go back to all those thank you notes of our students and check in on a classroom. If you need reminded why you're here and why it's important, it's truly thankless. And no, you don't always get recognized, but it's worth every single minute of it. And so without further ado, I'm going to now introduce our new members in the order of their districts and ask them to introduce themselves to everyone tonight, starting with Mr. Silkworth. Sir, an honor and a privilege, and congratulations to you once again.
Thank you, President Corkadell, fellow board members, Dr. Alato, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the voters in District 2. But more importantly, I would like to thank my family, my wife of 51 years, Linda, my children, Kim, Robbie, and Katie, and of course, my twin brother, the Honorable Judge Ronald Silkworth. And by the way, I found out today that Drake is also a twin, and I did not know that. That's great news. Folks, it is about family. For 49 years, I've been part of another family as a teacher in this great county, Anne Arundel County. What a privilege and an honor it has been, starting in 1972 at Southern Junior High School in Lothian when I actually lived in Baltimore County. That was quite a drive. I became a teacher. The role of the teacher is a facilitator, the motivator, the mentor, the collaborator, the negotiator, the innovator, the referee sometimes, the announcer, the overseer. The teacher is not the doer. Students are. When they approach their learning with a positive and respectful attitude, they shine, and we are so proud. When they do not, we find out why. We do not argue, because if we do, we lose their trust. We collaborate. We work for them and with them to find their road to success. That builds relationships, trust, and respect. And you know what? Along the way, there will be trials and tribulations. Students look to us for help and support. I've always told my students that they will sometimes fall, and they do. But when you fall, if you do not get back up, you have no chance to succeed. We learn and we profit from our failures. I tell them also, as many teachers do, about the power of yet. I only have 50% now. My goal is 100%. I'm not there yet, but I will get there. I will persevere, and I will never give up. This new challenge as a member of the Board of Education is not, for me, really new. A member of the Board of Education does have similar roles to the teachers. I knew my role as a teacher, and now I am confident that I know my role as a member of the Board of Education. And you know what? We may encounter roadblocks. COVID-19 is one of the greatest roadblocks I have encountered during my entire career. Everybody wants a return to normalcy. We are not where we want to be yet, but if we work together, each in our own role, with safety in mind for all, we will restore a sense of normalcy to our kids. My election motto was running for the kids. And as I said, I spent 49 years advocating for students and staff. That was and still is my role. It's our role as members of the Board of Education to advocate for all of our kids. Last Monday, when I took the oath of office, I did affirm that I will do my very best to fulfill my role as a member of this Board of Education of Anne Arundel County, and I will, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank everybody so much. Together, we will make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. Next is Ms. Frank.
Good evening. I know that we have many struggling families right now, and I know that firsthand parents need options to navigate this crisis in which we find ourselves. All families have a unique situation in our county, and I look forward to working with my fellow board members to provide as many options and opportunities as possible for every family. The current members of this board have paved the way and made history during an extremely difficult time. It is an honor to be counted among you. I look forward to working with my fellow board members, and I thank you all for the warm welcomes that you've already extended. I want to thank all of the staff at AACPS and everyone on Dr. Arlotto's team who has really just reached out to help in every way possible. I do appreciate all of your help and hard work. I will endeavor to try not to take too much of your time and the public's time, as I know we have a lot to get through tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Tobin.
Thank you. Thank you, President Corkadell. Thank you, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto, members of the staff. I'm very, very honored and grateful to be here tonight. I have recently, my daughter graduated from AACPS from Annapolis High last June. And so I have been passionate about this district, about these schools, and about education my whole life. And I have spent years in leadership positions on boards, working in oversight. And those are all things that I hope to bring, as well as being an educator. I too don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to say how grateful I am to be here, how honored I am to be here. The same warm welcome that my colleague Ms. Frank talked about, I have received, and it has made all the difference. And I know this is an historic time. I hope that the infusion of a couple of people or three of us who haven't had to go through quite what the rest of you have gone through the rest of this year may bring a little added fresh energy, because I know all of you have been working unbelievably hard under incredibly difficult circumstances. And I'm grateful to you for that. I hope to bring my efforts to it in any way that I can. I am devoted to being a part of a deliberative body that can make the best possible decisions so that truly all our children get the fabulous education they need and deserve, and all the opportunities that will brighten their futures. And when their futures are bright, so are ours. So thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're not going to do a round robin, of course, but Dr. Arlotto did ask to bring greetings on behalf of him and his staff to our new members. Just a sentence or two. Sir?
Thank you. I've had the opportunity now. We had a chance last week to begin to get to know each other. We had our first official board workshop on Monday, our first official closed executive session yesterday, and now welcome to your first public meeting of the board as the newest members of the board. We're delighted you're here. We welcome you. As I wrote to you in a brief note, welcome to Team AACPS. This truly is a family, and you're now part of this family. And so as you are toiling with all the decisions and work of a board member, please know that we're here to assist. We want to give you the information so that you can make the most informed decisions possible. So welcome. We're delighted to have you part of our family.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. And welcome once again, everyone. Next item is 2.08, the Policy Committee update. Today, the Policy Committee met and discussed a potential policy on students and gender identity. Proposed policy language was reviewed and discussed. The committee also reviewed and discussed current AACPS guidelines associated therein. The committee agreed to move forward with the staff development of a draft policy for review and consideration at a future committee meeting. The public can submit comments to the board office or to the Legislative and Policy Office during this time and is encouraged to do so. The Policy Committee also reviewed revisions to the regulation on reporting child abuse and neglect, as well as the regulation on employee salaries as an FYI item. And also noteworthy is the committee did agree that this particular policy discussion should remain a high priority of the committee by unanimous vote. And let me know, of course, if you have any questions, feel free to contact our policy liaison, Ms. Ortiz, with any questions. As you well know, Mr. Leib was our prior chair, and he departed during our last board meeting. And so I did fill in for him and thank the existing members for letting me come in and visit for a meeting. And so I look forward to Policy Committee making great strides. We've got a very aggressive schedule and are well on our way. Thank you all. And next is item 2.09, the Budget Committee update. Ms. Ellis, please.
Thank you. So this evening, a great deal of our meeting was spent, or this afternoon, discussing the agenda item that we are anxiously awaiting in just a few minutes here, Dr. Arlotto's budget presentation. So we discussed basically the process and the format of the budget season. And I want to thank Ms. Frank and Dr. Tobin for joining us today. While we don't know yet the makeup of our committees moving forward, it was a pleasure having both of you join us today. So the logistics for this evening, typically this is kind of an exciting night because we are all together in the boardroom, and often the boardroom is filled with lawmakers and dignitaries who are very invested in and interested in our education system. And I'm very sad that we are not all together tonight. But so Dr. Arlotto will present his recommended budget to the board this evening. This is simply a presentation. This is not the time for digging into the details of the budget. The board members will then receive the details of the recommended budget in an electronic format and perhaps in paper if they wish. And that information will be available to the public as well. There will not be questions this evening from board members or anyone else. There will not be a staff presentation. This is Dr. Arlotto's opportunity to share with us his vision for AECPS in the upcoming year. So we look forward to that. We spoke a little bit about other potential funding. We try to get updates every budget committee meeting during throughout this crisis. There has been some financial funding relief between the federal government and the state and local government. The only updates we have this evening is we did receive $200,000 from the governor's reopening grants. And not a lot of updates, except all of us are watching Congress, and we are hopeful with some recent news that there may be some more federal relief aid coming. It seems that there is bipartisan support for education. So I think that will be one of the priorities with any relief package. So we're anxiously waiting to hear about that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Next item is 2.10, the CRASC report. And joining us this evening is Ms. Beckett Hummer, the CRASC Secretary of Education. Ms. Hummer?
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Beckett, expanding access to leadership opportunities and increasing student involvement from across the county. Arusa has presented at South River, Chesapeake, and Arundel High Schools about CRASC, how to get involved locally and at the state level. In addition, she is educating students about the unique relationship and responsibility that CRASC has in the election of the student member of the board. She will meet with 3 more high schools before winter break and will complete the rest of the presentations in the new year. Arusa is proving to be an amazing ambassador for the CRASC team. To aid with our outreach goals and helping students stay up to date with what CRASC and MASC are doing, my board reports will now be posted in SGA and numerous other Google Classrooms across the county. These brief updates will highlight upcoming leadership opportunities and help provide information about how to attend these events. CRASC is hopeful that this exciting new project will continue to increase our attendance at our weekly CRASC meetings. The CRASC officer team has had lots of fun within the past 2 weeks doing CRASC Instagram story takeovers. The members give the students a look at what their day looks like, including school, meetings, CRASC work, and more. It's been really fun giving students a behind-the-scenes look at how CRASC runs on the weekly. In our recent meetings, the CRASC executive team has begun planning our first virtual General Assembly this February. The theme will be on mental health, and we plan to have guest speakers for a panel discussion, breakout sessions, and more. Stay tuned for more information coming next month. Last week, student representatives from each high school and specialty program joined Dr. Arlotto for our second for the superintendent's teen advisory meeting. Students had a great conversation, asking many insightful questions and providing input on various agenda items such as mental health, flex periods, and changes coming in the next semester. The next meeting is Tuesday, January 12th, and will be hosted by the students from Glen Burnie High School. On December 9th, the Let's Talk Justice team was excited to host over 30 students for our 3rd general meeting, connecting with students from across the county to have a conversation on equity. The conversation was amazing, and as always, the team loved to hear everyone's individual experiences. Let's Talk Justice will continue to host monthly general meetings on the 2nd Wednesday of each month at 1:15 p.m. Please join the Google Classroom or visit the website for more information. The next meeting is January 13th, and the topic is colorism. I am also very excited to announce that the Let's Talk Justice team will host another live forum next year. The Let's Talk Justice Women's Rights Forum is scheduled for Monday, February 1st at 6 p.m. It will be live using Zoom to YouTube. The Service Learning Leadership team hosted a warming up for winter coat drive from November 20th to December 14th. With the help of students from across the county, they were able to collect over 400 clothing items for the Annapolis Reach program, Changing Lives Initiative, and the Salvation Army. All donations were contactless. A big thank you goes out to Ms. Lori Fowler, the manager of Service Learning and Mentorships, for organizing this event. As I stated in my last report, the Reimagined Virtual Page Program candidates have been selected. Last week, the 2021 Maryland General Assembly pages received their congratulatory letters from the Senate President and Speaker of the House. Can be found on the CRASC website and click on the Maryland General Assembly Program tab on the left. On Saturday, December 12th, 4 members from the CRASC executive team, Connor Curran, Justin Paleska, Mara Bob, and Jaden Ferris, attended the Maryland Association of Student Councils December Executive Board meeting. At this meeting, members from across the state were able to vote on the State Student Member of the Board election rules, MASC legislative session rules, and MASC convention rules. Additionally, all CRASC attendees took part of the QPR training, which is question, persuade, and refer training, addressing suicide prevention and intervention. The middle school council co-chairs were sworn into office on November 4th, along with the rest of the executive board. They started meeting virtually and created an outreach layout for every middle school co-chair and middle school student SGA to communicate with one another and gain more middle school participation within CRASC. The middle school council hosted their first middle school council general assembly of the year to open to all students to attend today, December 16th at 1 p.m. They had a record turnout and there was a great conversation about recommendations for improving general learning. CRASC has been hard at work revising our constitution to fit the needs of our organization now and in the future. We are currently restructuring our executive board and revising rules that govern our elections, including phasing in higher voting delegations over the next few years to allow every student to vote for the student member of the board, creating a new structure for our ethics committee, and drafting a framework to conduct our elections virtually. Revisions committees are open to any student interested, and once revisions are complete, CRASC must hold a general assembly in order to ratify the new document. Before I conclude, I would be remiss if I did not welcome our new Board of Education members, Mrs. Frank, Mr. Silkworth, and Dr. Tobin, and provide you with a brief introduction of who we are. CRASC is the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils, and we are a representative voice for all students in AACPS, as provided by Board Policy JCA, Representative Student Leadership, first adopted in 1974. This policy's purpose is, quote, providing an organized mechanism for school system management to hear, understand, and consider students' views and perspectives, while providing students with an opportunity for personal growth and leadership experiences, quote. Our team of 24 elected and appointed members includes students from 10 of the 14 high schools, as well as many middle school representatives, providing a diverse collection of student voices. We work collaboratively with the students, with the school system on many issues, and appreciate and take our roles very seriously as a student voice on many school committees, including reopening, the code of conduct, the school calendar, curriculum, wellness, and many more. The school system has fully supported our initiatives for decades, including annual general assemblies focusing on student needs and special projects such as Let's Talk Justice, which began last summer. Along with serving as the student voice throughout the school system and at the state and local levels legislatively, one of our most crucial roles assigned solely to CRASC under state law, the 2019 Maryland Code J-2A-05, is to select the student member of the board by, quote, a method selected by the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils of Anne Arundel. The outlined in AACPS regulation JCA-RA, Representative Student Leadership. While we do work collaboratively with the board and the school system, Sorry, my internet went out for a second. While we do work collaboratively with the Board of Education system on a variety of matters impacting students, we are a student-led organization that takes our own positions and makes our own decisions. We are grateful for the respect the board and the superintendent have always given us to have our independence, and we look forward to working together in the future on all matters involving students. That being said, we hope that all of the students and the staff enjoy the upcoming winter break and stay safe and warm. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hummer. Greatly appreciated. Item 2.11 is the CAC report, and joining us this evening is Ms. Tanisha Howard. Ms. Howard, please. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening, President Corkadell, excuse me, Vice President Ellis, fellow board members, and Dr. Olato. My name is Tanisha Howard, Chair of the CAC, and on behalf of the CAC body, I am pleased to update the board on our activities. The CAC is a committee of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Board of Education. Is an executive committee made up of 13 clusters together with the at-large military AACC, PTA, CCAC, and PIAC representatives to make a 32-member panel. The CAC delivers input and advice on specific issues surrounding education throughout the county. The CAC executive leadership team is led by a chair, vice chair, secretary, and our staff liaison with the Office of School and Family Partnerships. Under normal circumstances, our meetings are held at 2644 Riva Road, Annapolis, Maryland, on the second Monday of each month from 6:45 to 8:45 p.m. Our schedule is currently posted on our AACPS CAC webpage located under the board tab. Our next regular scheduled meeting is Monday, January 11th. Given social distancing mandates and the closure of AACPS facilities, the CAC will conduct our meetings virtually and will continue to ensure we provide ample time for notification and posting to our website, allowing for community participation. The CAC held its last meeting of the 2020-2021 school year virtually on Monday, December 14th. We are pleased to report our subcommittee, Student and Gender Identity, have completed their work and submission was made to the Board Policy Committee today. With the feedback received as it relates to the redistricting and attendance area, CAC leadership will endeavor to share key information with future subcommittees for inclusion on standardizing our reports. This will certainly move our body to develop a format from which all CAC reporting can be delivered with the required supporting documentation to achieve the highest impact most efficiently. We still have significant work being conducted by the following subcommittees: Emergency Plans, Pandemic Response, Wellness Lens, Special Advisory, Hate and Bias, which is also looking into equity issues as well, Student Recess, and CAC Resources Exploration and Cross-County CAC Collaboration. We will form another subcommittee this month to commence policy and advisory research on student attire and personal appearance. There will be a few more board topics in which we will engage and activate additional committees to meet the requirements placed upon our body in the coming months. Likewise, in 2021, CAC will also work to ensure we further develop our internal procedures, cross-county CAC collaboration, and new member mentor program. The CAC has undertaken the board motion of November 4th by President Corkadel to specifically, quote, review the reopening plans using whole plan SWOT analysis methodology with an emphasis on special education services and equity in all aspects of current and proposed reopening plans. We had an opportunity within our last meeting to collectively review the work of each of the 5 teams progressing towards consolidation into a comprehensive report for board submission. Again, CAC leadership wanted to take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge our members who truly have exhibited professionalism, diligence, and continued willingness to provide extremely valuable and invaluable input on such a critical concern area for the board with limited time and the holidays. At this time, the CAC would like to congratulate and extend a warm welcome to our new AACPS board members, Mr. Silkworth, Ms. Frank, and Dr. Tobin. The CAC and its members are thrilled to have an opportunity to work with each of you in the coming months and into the future, meeting the challenges at hand and supporting the work for our tremendous world-class school system. The CAC strives to provide our best efforts and be a resource to the board to achieve our mandate with purpose, direction, and results. We look forward to the work still ahead, knowing our group is poised for success. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Same to you. We do not have item 2.12 is the PTA report, and unfortunately, they were not able to join us this evening. I want to thank the CAC, the PTA, even though they're not here in presence, they're here in spirit, most certainly in Crask. A wonderful, relaxing, healthy, and safe holiday break, and look forward to hearing from you and seeing you next year. Thank you so much again. All right, item 3.01, excuse me, is the presentation of the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2022 operating and capital budgets. And as Ms. Ellis had indicated during her report, it is an honor and a privilege each year to receive our official budget presentation. And it goes with so much work behind in the back scenes. Budgets are no easy task, and we have the largest in the county, and they work nonstop. And so I know a lot of hard work and effort went into that. And I just want to personally thank you, Dr. Alato, and each and every single one of your team for an outstanding job. This budget is probably more challenging than any other budget that we've ever experienced. We've got moving targets. We have a lot of uncertainty, but we also have a lot of great talent and experience. And I know that that is going to take us a long way through an otherwise rough and uncharted turf. And that we have a great team put up together to get the job done and work very closely with our delegation, both at the county and the state and federal level. And that is an ongoing daily conversation. So without further ado, Dr. Alato, I'm going to turn the table over to you with much gratitude and appreciation, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Ms. Ellis, for your leadership of the board and to members of the board. I am delighted and honored to present to you this evening my team's recommended FY 2022 operating and capital budgets. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, city, county, and state elected officials, and residents of Anne Arundel County. Last December, I stood before you and laid out a budget recommendation that I believed would see us well through the year to come. We are in the midst of a budget year in which we saw substantial increases in funding, allowing us to hire teachers to help with class sizes, enhance programs, and provide employees with compensation increases that included backsteps for those who had missed out in prior lean years. I talked that night about the opportunities we create for our children and the incredible lengths to which the members of our AACPS family go to enhance the lives of every one of the students we are so privileged to serve every day. I summed up the obligation that I believe we have to our students with 3 words: opportunity, intentionality, and impact. What I said a year ago still holds every bit as true today. It is only through the creation of opportunities, carried out with intentionality, that we can have the positive impacts on children that they deserve and that our families and communities expect. We talked and have continued to talk about the ongoing need to confront issues of bias, racism, intolerance, and social justice. It's a crusade that has become more vital and focused in the last 12 months, and one which we unquestionably have a moral obligation to continue. I laid out an ambitious but prudent budget recommendation that was based on the tremendous support our county executive and county council have shown the prior year. We were no longer just patching potholes created by far too many years of lean budgets. We were making measurable progress and moving forward. The inertia was palpable, the glass was more than half full, and our partners in government were committed to continuing to build on that momentum. And then came March, the onset of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that continues to grip our nation has changed our course drastically. Our schools closed their doors on March 13th and have largely not reopened, save for small groups of students we brought back into our developmental centers, the Center of Applied Technology North, and in-person athletics practices that we held for a time. We were forced to virtually celebrate our graduations, the crowning achievement of our students' educational journeys, though we were able to construct a plan that allowed graduates to be handed their diplomas in person. County and state revenues plummeted, the result of the shuttering of businesses and loss of jobs that have caused pain for families across this county and beyond. Through it all, our leaders in county government stood by our side. The county executive and county council had to make excruciatingly difficult choices, and the resulting budget appropriation for the current year, a $16.2 million increase in county funding alone, is a testament to what can happen when a committed group of leaders work together to overcome obstacles. We had all hoped, of course, that the pandemic's suffocating grip would have loosened by now. The numbers tell a different story, though. COVID-19 continues to impose its will around the globe, and in this county in particular, the case rate continues to be excruciatingly high. We are at least 6 weeks away from students returning to classrooms, and funding difficulties persist. There is every reason to feel pessimistic. It was Winston Churchill, though, who once said, "The pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty." We are, in reality, what we make up our minds to be. We have choices in life, and one of the things you get to choose every day is your attitude. So, we must ask ourselves, is the glass half empty or half full? I choose to say the glass is half full. I choose to see the opportunity in this difficulty. I choose to be before you tonight as a superintendent who is full of hope that exceeds any frustration and an optimism that leads me to believe that we can overcome any obstacles COVID-19 throws our way. I am filled with that hope and optimism because what I have seen over the last 9 months is exactly what I've seen daily throughout the 15 years that I have been a member of this AACPS family. A collective of people who refuse to give in to the difficulties of the day, who opt to be defined by possibilities and not problems, and who are energized by the chance to propel children forward. Each and every day, regardless of the noises and commotion around us, we get up to serve children. Nobody else gets to do that, but that is our focus. That, ladies and gentlemen, is our why. That focus, that why, has led us to persevere through the last 9 months. In March, we turned on a dime and created a virtual learning program for students that was entirely new to everyone in our organization. Our teams in technology, student services, and academics were and continue to be nothing short of amazing. Our teachers were equally awesome, diving in to make the best of a set of circumstances none of us wished or asked for, but with which we were suddenly confronted. Our teams took it to a new level over the summer, enhancing the virtual learning system and preparing for the onset of fall instruction. Teachers engaged in more than 130,000 seat hours of professional development last summer, taking part in nearly 250 courses and more than 700 learning sessions or workshops. That learning has continued into this school year, with district-wide professional development offered on Wednesday afternoons and many other sessions offered virtually on demand as teachers seek to increase their knowledge and skills. The result? Our teachers are finding new and exciting opportunities to create magic in classrooms. I've had the opportunity to drop in on classes throughout the year. What I've seen is both amazing and inspiring. The platform may be virtual, but the impact is real. None of it could have happened, of course, without the flexibility of our incredible students and their families, and without devices on which students could learn. This pandemic moved us quickly toward a one-to-one setup in which every student will soon have a Chromebook. We have distributed nearly 57,000 Chromebooks so far and are in the process of readying more than 13,000 for distribution to students and have another 17,000 on order. In all, we've allocated $14.5 million in federal CARES Act funding to the purchase of devices for students. The work our techs are doing with Chromebooks is simply amazing. From unboxing and labeling to configuring, reboxing, and preparing them for delivery, this is a well-oiled machine done with expert care and precision. It is also a picture-perfect example of fiscal prudence. By doing this work ourselves, we have saved taxpayers nearly $800,000 just on the 57,000 Chromebooks we've already sent out. With a keen focus on equity, we prioritize Chromebook distribution according to student need. Where students lack connectivity, we work with wireless companies and families, more than 565 in all, to solve the issues. We distributed nearly 400 mobile hotspots as an additional way to assist students and have another 24 on hand ready to deploy. We have been both intentional and creative in our efforts to solve this issue. At our school facilities, we increased wireless bandwidth to the internet from 8 to 20 gigabits per second and strengthened the signals at the outdoor wireless antenna at every school building so that its reach was extended. As of the end of the first marking period, just six students had not yet logged in for a single class. That is a testament to the untiring dedication of many, many people across our school system. We found other ways to help students as well. We connected, for example, with community partners to distribute more than 43,000 backpacks filled with school supplies for young students. Perhaps nowhere has the heroism of our team been more evident than at meal distribution sites. On Friday, our team hit the amazing mark of 4 million free meals served to children ages 2 to 18 since March 16th, the very first day schools were closed. That's right, we haven't missed a single day of meal service. Our food and nutrition services employees have been beyond stellar, providing an average of 11,000 children with approximately 33,000 meals on each distribution day. I'm proud to tell you this program, which Naval Academy midshipmen supported by creating heartfelt and encouraging cards to be placed in lunches this fall, will be in place through the end of the school year. It is just one more way we are meeting the needs of our children and our communities. In our schoolhouses, our custodians and other operations personnel have been relentless in their attention to detail when it comes to keeping our buildings clean. They've also moved and stored thousands of pieces of furniture and equipment as we have prepared for hybrid learning. They are truly the unsung heroes of our school system. Across our system, we are meeting the need for health and safety measures with the acquisition of hundreds of thousands of pieces of protective equipment for students and employees. Those include 300,000 disposable masks for adults and students, and nearly 52,000 reusable masks, enough to provide 5 to every employee. 300,000 pairs of disposable gloves, and a disinfectant sprayer system for every school facility. We've also purchased 4,000 hand sanitizer stations and refills for schools and offices, and more than 10,000 1-gallon hand sanitizer pumps for classrooms, and nearly 500,000 disinfecting wipes for students and adults to use. The virtual world in which we have lived for the last 9 months has certainly had its challenges. And let's be honest, it's not ideal for every child. Our charge, and what we have tried to do on every single step of this journey, is to create the best possible educational environment we can for every child, given the limitations of the hand we have been dealt. Our instructional schedules have been designed with equity, grace, patience, and flexibility in mind. The midday break, built-in club meeting opportunities, and the availability of teacher office hours are all intended to assist students who, through no fault of their own, experience additional challenges in a virtual schedule. The community building and student wellness blocks have allowed for more focus on social emotional health, as has the enhanced second step program for students in kindergarten through 8th grade. We have, wherever health and safety metrics and staffing have permitted, sought to put students in front of teachers. This is especially true at our developmental centers, where students engaged in face-to-face instruction in October and November, and at Cat North, where 322 students did so. Helping our students advance started with ascertaining where they were in September. Our new iReady online diagnostic assessment tool, purchased with $1.8 million in federal funding, provided a uniquely individualized learning path for each elementary and middle school learner in reading and mathematics. To augment our classroom instruction, we've utilized more than $600,000 in grant funds to pay for free homework help and tutoring sessions at the middle and high school level. Nearly 160 tutors and school counselors have conducted more than 1,700 drop-in sessions and another 1,375 small group sessions to assist students. Most recently, we began offering evening virtual mathematics sessions for families of elementary students to better support them and directly assist their students with the learning of math. Our work to mold and shape well-rounded, successful students who will be the leaders not just of tomorrow, but today, must also never, ever waver from the ideal that all means all. Both as a school system and as a community, we must continue to create accepting and inclusive environments where the tools necessary for achievement are readily available, where we provide every child with the appropriate and necessary resources, and where we can truly appreciate that children begin their educational journeys to a common finish line from very different starting places. Equity and equality are simply not synonymous, and we must fight back against any notion that they are. We also must fight back against injustice whenever and wherever we see it. Our students have stepped to the forefront of this fight with the creation of Let's Talk Justice, a series of forums that to date have focused on racial inequality, LGBTQ plus issues, and racism in athletics. The group also meets regularly and has asked for a voice in curriculum and other decisions. Wherever possible, we will grant that request because it invokes much needed student voice into these critical conversations. We must lead our children, but we should pause to let them lead us as well. They have a lot to tell us if we are willing to listen. I realize the term social justice is a lightning rod for some, and the use of it leaves us open to criticism. That's beyond unfortunate. However, I will never apologize for focusing our efforts on getting to a place where every single student we teach, and every single adult we employ feels like they hold a place of value and respect, not just in our school system, but in our society. Through ongoing book studies, intense discussions, and intentional, focused lessons at schools and at central office, we are moving forward. We've also infused Teaching Tolerance's social justice standards into our Project Unity initiative this year and centered those discussions around identity, diversity, justice, and action. The conversations are introspective, sometimes painful and difficult, but there is much for us to learn if we are open, honest, and willing to grow. It is with all of that in mind that we focused our efforts on the development of the fiscal year 2022 budget recommendation that I present to you tonight. Our work was prioritized around 6 key areas: class sizes, compensation, special education, English language learners, pre-kindergarten, and social emotional wellness. In addition, we had to refocus efforts and spending on critical technology needs that have helped move our work even further forward. These have included Chromebooks for students, laptops for teachers, additional software, Google Voice availability to allow families to contact teachers and staff regularly in the virtual environment, and the new learning management system. I believe the $1.37 billion operating budget recommendation I present tonight addresses those vital areas in the most prudent way we can, given the current circumstances. The $52.3 million requested increase and the 3.97% it represents are reflective of the judicious course we followed in constructing this recommendation. A year ago, I recommended an $84.7 million increase, and in each of the last 2 years, my recommendation has reflected at least a 6.2% increase from the prior year. Nearly half of my recommended increase, $25 million, is allocated to compensation increases for our incredible employees. While the exact nature of those increases will be determined through negotiations with our bargaining units, this amount is sufficient to provide a step increase or equivalent for all eligible employees, a 1% cost of living increase for all employees, and the second half of the mid-year step increase for the teachers that this board approved last month. This recommendation contains 225.9 new positions across our school system, 97% of which, all but 6.5, are employees who interact with and impact the lives of children every day. We are placing every additional position in this recommendation where it will impact children. There will be those who will question how we can ask for a budget increase and more positions when we are educating fewer students than a year ago. I want to be very transparent about this. Our enrollment this year is approximately 1,500 students lower than last year. It is the first decrease in enrollment in 15 years, and one caused exclusively by COVID-19. School systems across the nation are experiencing the same types of declines, but it would be a catastrophic mistake for us not to view this as a temporary dip. Those students will be back, and they will likely be back in September when the new school year begins. Any failure to account for them in our funding requests now will exacerbate our class size issues and eradicate the progress we have made in this area in recent years. 91% of the new positions in this recommendation will go directly into our classrooms. Those include 129 positions to continue to address class sizes in the second of a 4-year plan to adequately tackle this issue, and 22 classroom positions at Crofton High School in the second of our 3-year build-out of that staff. Another 2.5 positions will be dedicated to our EE program, so we will be able to finally staff programs at Oakwood and Richard Henry Lee Elementary Schools, where implementation was not possible last year because of construction and space issues. Despite my desire to do so, I am not recommending the addition of new clusters to our EE program portfolio in the coming year. I've also included 2 positions for new technology programs at the Center of Applied Technology North, one for aviation and one for barbering. Thanks to a generous donation from Northrop Grumman, we have a 1972 Sabreliner jet on which our aviation technology students can learn. The new barbering program we hope to launch in September, which has been 3 years in the planning, will provide yet another avenue for students to acquire skills that lead to a viable career path. This recommendation contains 15 positions to aid our youngest students. 13 of those positions are new teacher assistants who will be allocated to schools that currently have just 2 TAs to support 5 or more kindergarten classrooms. Another priority focus area for us, as I said earlier, is the need to continue to provide additional supports for students with special needs. There is nearly $2 million in this recommendation for 30 new positions, 15.6 of which will be dedicated to our specialty sites, and 14.4 of which will go to support comprehensive schools. This will continue to allow us to better meet the unique needs of each student in the least restrictive environment. Perhaps no group of students is growing faster than our English language learners. As of October 30th, we are educating more than 6,150 students in this program, and we need to continue to address their needs. This recommendation contains 6 positions, 5 teachers and 1 bilingual teaching assistant to help do just that. Addressing the issues of our youngest learners, students with special needs, and English language learners strikes at the core of the report recently issued by the Joint Initiative to Eliminate the Opportunity Gap Committee. These recommendations help us move forward in that regard, but the work is not ours alone. As the report clearly stated, opportunity gaps begin long before students enter the school system, and many of the structural and systemic problems are societal. Therefore, AACPS, Anne Arundel County government, community organizations, and residents of the county must all be part of the solution. Much has also been written and said over the last 9 months about the social and emotional health of our students and employees. Our Mental Health Task Force's report, presented in October, laid out a variety of areas in which every agency and individual in our county should focus. My recommendation includes 5.5 positions, 3 school counselors, 1.5 social workers, and 1 school psychologist to better assist students. The counselors will go to schools with the highest enrollments among elementary schools that currently have a single counselor. I want to be clear, however, that this is just one more step on a path to boost the school counselors at the elementary level as we continue to strive to meet the social emotional needs of our young learners. Addressing these issues at an earlier age can help prevent more serious issues in older grades. We have been fortunate to take advantage of federal and state grant funding to enhance the technology for our students and employees since the pandemic began. That funding will disappear in the coming months, however, and we must dedicate resources to sustain the services that have become necessities. I've allocated more than $7.5 million in this recommendation to this effort. That funding includes $2 million for the learning management system and Google Suite I referred to earlier, and $1.5 million for the continuation of our iReady diagnostic assessment and adaptive learning tool at the elementary and middle school levels. This tool also addresses a key recommendation in the Eliminating the Opportunity Gap Committee to provide a personalized learning portfolio that allows more access and feedback for every family and student. The technology funding also includes $4 million for the refresh and replacement of Chromebooks for students and laptops for teachers and other Unit 1 employees. This is the first of a 5-year rollout of the Chromebook program, and we will need to allocate more funding in this area in the future. An additional $588,000 is included to launch a virtual learning and home instruction program that will provide a continuum of options to secondary home instruction students. Our plan is to open the program in September for a total of 40 students in 6th and 9th grades and expand it over the next 3 years to a full virtual program for middle and high school students. This program has the potential to have a significant revenue offset as we bring some homeschooled students back into our school system. Once this pandemic subsides, and that day will come, our students, teachers, and other employees will return to brick and mortar buildings that must continue to provide the best educational environment we can offer. The $234.5 million capital budget that I recommend to you tonight contains $188 million for new construction, replacement projects, renovations, and additions. Of that, more than $80 million is allocated to the transformation of the current old mill complex in Millersville. Nearly $76 million will go to the construction of Old Mill West High School to be built on the site of the former Papa John's farm in Severn, and another $4.8 million is slated for design and construction of the new Old Mill Middle School South, which will be built at the current Southgate Park. This is a complicated, multi-step process, and it is critical that we continue to fund it in sequence and with regularity. My capital budget recommendation also contains $93.5 million for construction of replacement facilities at Quarterfield, Hillsmere, and Rippling Woods Elementary Schools, and a new West County Elementary School. I've also included $10 million for full-day kindergarten and pre-kindergarten additions at Van Bachlen, Sunset, Brockbridge, and Mead Heights Elementary Schools, and $4 million for a 4-classroom addition at Southgate Elementary School. Whether it is with the enhancement of educational facilities in which our students learn or the delivery of programs, support, and instruction, we have the opportunity every single day to positively impact the lives of children. Every second spent with a child is a chance to inspire. That's exactly what happened in a young girl's life several years ago. As a child, she loved the smell of the doctor's office and was fascinated, not scared, when she watched blood being drawn. That sparked an interest in becoming a doctor, a dream that has been put to the test over and over. The teen lost her father in middle school and her mother and grandmother in high school. What she never lost, though, was her desire to take advantage of every opportunity our school system and others offered her. She believed in herself and her teachers and counselors who, in a very real sense, became her family, believed in her. They inspired her and vice versa. As a student at MacArthur Middle School's IB Middle Years program, the girls' AVID classes became a catalyst. Her AVID teacher saw the promise in her and encouraged her to set academic and personal goals. She was accepted into the Biomedical Allied Health Magnet program at Glen Burnie High School. She reunited with that teacher, who had since become the high school's media specialist. She was also mentored by administrators and other educators who provided the support and encouragement she needed. They urged her to seize opportunities, including attending national conferences and speaking at the Annapolis Ignite event about the kindness campaign she had developed at Glen Burnie. Today, Bria Barksdale is a junior in the Meyerhoff Scholars Program on full scholarship at UMBC. She is pursuing her dream to become a doctor, but that dream has now grown larger. She is on the path to earning both her MD and PhD and will be taking the MCATs in January. She has been accepted into the prestigious internship program at Vanderbilt University and continues to serve her community by volunteering and mentoring children in Baltimore City. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the reality of the impact we can have. Bria's story illustrates perfectly the opportunity we get every day to inspire children and help them define and shape better futures for them. They are depending on us. We may have to occasionally take different paths than the ones we have traveled before, but I tell you with absolute certainty, we are up to this task. Thank you.
Dr. Arlotto, did you have anything else to add to an excellent presentation, sir?
Well, thank you very much. No, I really don't. You have patiently sat through the past half hour of my comments. I don't think you need to hear any more from me. I do thank you for your time and your patience. That is the first time that I have watched that presentation through its entirety. What comes to mind is how honored I am to be your superintendent and to work on behalf of our 85,000 students and our 10,000 employees. This is a very special place. It is a family, and I'm honored to do the work. Our production team, Jen Hauk, who's joining us this evening as part of this presentation, has done an amazing job in putting this presentation together, as has Mosier and the rest of the production team. So I just want to give them a public thanks. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to the work ahead as we create a budget to move forward to our county executive and our county council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Now it's time to roll up our sleeves, right? And the real work begins for us. Next is section 4, our public comment. And as you're well aware, our board did provide an opportunity for members of the public to sign up at www.aacps.org/board testimony prior to this meeting. And we have for us tonight a total of 3 individuals who signed up. And so we're going to go in the order for the agenda item. And first joining us is Mr. Russell Leone on making comments on item 3.01, representing TAC. Sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, and members of the board. My name is Russell Leone. I apologize. I didn't realize I was going to be on camera tonight, so there we go. My name is Russell Leone, and I'm an elementary school teacher and president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. First, I do want to welcome the new board members, Ms. Frank, Mr. Silkworth, and Dr. Tobin. So welcome and thank you. Just before COVID-19 changed everything, AACPS and TAC had reached a consensus that it was time to address all of the inequities in teacher compensation. Together, we were on a path to repair a decade of damage for our dedicated and loyal teachers. So as you begin to work on the budget request for FY22, I'm here to remind us of something we all know. We still have a lot of work to do to accomplish for our students and our staff. And despite the efforts in the past to move forward and make progress we continue to have thousands of teachers whose years of experience and qualifications don't match the pay afforded to their equally matched colleagues. Simply put, many teachers remain with years of experience not aligned to their step. And during the past year, families, students, teachers, and other staff have all adjusted to the challenges collectively. Now, we, TAC, and AACPS were not responsible for the impacts and effects that COVID-19 has had on the revenue available. Therefore, we must work collaboratively to have honest and open exchanges around the budget. This is imperative for us to look for solutions and be creative in truly honoring that commitment to our hardworking teachers. We must not lose sight of one of the greatest resources that we have, the people who make learning engaging, challenging, and meaningful for our students. Please remember our teachers and staff. As you will continue to face some tough decisions, this is still the time to ask for funding that will continue to move us forward and truly show through action that this school system still values all of our teachers. I want to thank Dr. Arlotto for his presentation, and I am looking forward to working with the board as we continue in the work on the budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Maldonado, I believe. I apologize. I don't think I'm pronouncing this name correctly. Jehoni Maldonado, I believe. Yes. Okay. Okay, no worries. And he's going to be speaking on item 7.02, the 2020-2021 reopening update. At your convenience, sir. Mr. Mosier, I don't believe he may be experiencing some technical difficulties. I'm going to come back to the gentleman after our third and last person signed up. And that person is Cheryl Wolf, and also speaking on item 7.02, the 2020-2021 reopening update. Ms. Wolf.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a mother of 4. I'm a healthcare worker, and I'm very concerned. I'm here tonight to ask you to reevaluate the metrics that you are using, which are keeping our schools closed, and to please provide us parents a choice on whether we want to send our kids to in-person learning or to remain virtual. Remember March 13th? It was the day the announcement was made the schools would close for 2 weeks to stop the spread. Here we are now, more than 9 months into this pandemic, and the only thing we have managed to stop is our kids from attending school in person. It'll be just short of a year since our kids will have seen the inside of their school buildings if schools finally open to start the second semester. Think about it. I admit that this semester's virtual learning is far superior to what was put together in the spring, but it's still not meeting the needs of our kids. The metrics established by Dr. K and followed by this board need to be re-examined. If you had a medical problem and after 9 months of consulting your doctor, the issue was only worse, wouldn't you get a new doctor or at least another opinion? Well, this is where we are now. This summer, he told this board that his #1 priority was getting schools open, yet he allowed everything else in this county to open back up in some form except for our schools. How are casinos, which didn't even exist in this county 10 years ago, now more essential than schools? They are still open at 25% capacity. Thousands of people are allowed in those buildings a day, but not a single student can enter their school building. The restrictions and metrics that we are following are nonsensical. I know this board has invited Dr. K to its next meeting in January, so I beg you to ask these difficult questions of him, because we are stuck following his metrics and our children are the ones losing out. This board has also repeatedly said that you want to follow the science. Schools across this nation and world, even other counties in Maryland, have opened, and the data suggests that school spread is not happening. Masks work. Millions of students are in their classrooms learning, engaging, and not spreading COVID, while our kids are missing out on an essential part of their childhood, being in school. School's essential. Our kids are suffering. They're paying the price, damage which won't be known for years to come. Open schools and give parents an option. As a board, it is your job to open schools. As a parent, it is our job to decide what is best for our children. You're taking away that decision from us. I implore you to take action now to ensure that schools open as planned. Send out commitment forms now, get the numbers, and make it work. Enough is enough. Give parents a choice. This board needs to make sure that everything is in place for our schools to open as planned on February 2nd, ironically Groundhog's Day, which I feel I've been living every day for the past 9+ months. Please give us a choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wolf. Our other individual who was not able to reconnect, and so if he has not already done so, we're willing to, Ms. Howell, our executive assistant with the board, is more than happy for the gentleman to share a writ of testimony if they would like to drop it off. And of course, all the other written testimony that was submitted was provided to the board. Ms. Howell, could you please report on our any additional testimony we received in summary, please, for the benefit?
Yes, we received 3 additional public comments via the board office email, and they all pertain to the reopening of schools. Item 7.02, they are posted on the website and will be provided to you in email as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Greatly appreciate it. And next next is section 5, which are our consent items and awards of contract. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. 5.01, alarm contracts. I recommend the Board of Education authorize the award of contract alarm components to HP Electronics and Linear Electronics Group in the total amount of $1,384,535.54.
Thank you.
Well, I asked for consent to, right, these are the awards of contract, correct? I asked for consent to take Dr. Law's recommendation, accept it.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any dissent of adoption from members? Seeing none. Item 5.01 is adopted through consent. Normally, a board member volunteers to bundle these items prior to the
Madam
recommendation.
President, I move to bundle the remainder of items 5.02 to 5.04.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, Madam President, I recommend that the board award the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01, 5.0, excuse me, 5.02, 5.03, and 5.04.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second made. We actually needed to close out the bundling by consent first before the motion to adopt. So do we have consent to bundle, correct? Okay, seeing no opposition, and now a motion to adopt, to provide the consent.
I have a question on this item.
Yes, ma'am.
I got the contract awards on 5.02 that's being recommended, but I just don't see a previous contract. So I'm concerned about voting on this item, and I apologize that I didn't get to that question sooner, and maybe get that information sooner, but I would want to see the previous contract before voting on this item.
Dr. Arlotto, Mr. Chiknovich.
The previous contract on the operations and storage building at North County High School.
Sorry, 5.03.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I said 5.0, 5.02. Okay, 5.03.
3, yes.
For the record, Alex Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. If prepared to respond to the question relative to 5.03. So there is not a prior contract. Here on the Western Shore, our buses are by state law. They can only be used to transport public education students, public school students for 12 years. At the end of the 12th year, that bus must be retired and placed out of service. It can no longer legally transport public school students. So this bid was sent to 64 different bidders across the nation to bid on the replacement of 4 of our existing buses that are in their 12th year and will no longer be able to legally be utilized as we begin the next academic year, the 21-22 school year. So this is a replacement bid for those 4 soon to be expiring buses.
Okay,
So the bid for these would have occurred 13 years ago.
Okay, are we meeting the same funding requirements as the previous contract? Sorry, it's bedtime around here, so.
That's okay. So so these are the outright acquisition. So 5.03 is the outright acquisition using capital funds principally and a little bit of operating funds to acquire 4 buses that will be utilized by Anne Arundel County Public School employees to transport predominantly special education, but also some of our non-public students. But as you can see, these buses are wheelchair lift equipped and therefore more prone to be utilized in transporting some of our special education population. It does need some mobility assistance potentially.
So these are replacement, just to be clear for all the members of the board, these are our fleet. This has nothing to do with contracted buses. These are part of our fleet only.
Okay, so those are fully ours. And then on 5.04, those would have had previous contracts, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So it's for a base 7 years with 5 one-year extension options. And we've exercised those. So these routes were previously bid 13 years ago. These contracts have been in existence for that period of time. They are expiring in advance of the next academic year, and therefore they need to be rebid. Just for your information, Ms. Franken and other fellow members of the board, we do not bid the entire school system at any one time. So we've got contracts expiring each and every year, and that's simply a defensive and insurance mechanism for us that should a contractor, for example, have some business difficulties or whatever, the school system in its totality, would not essentially come to its knees. So our contracted buses are split amongst groupings set to expire over different spans of years. There's a guaranteed 7-year base and then 5 one-year extension options, again, all of which have been exhausted. And so this bid that occurred 13 years ago now would have to get rebid once again to have the new contractors and fleet of buses ready for next academic year, beginning in September of 2021.
Okay, I do still have some follow-up that I would like to do on 5.04. Is there any way that we could hold this particular item until the next meeting?
So that is not up to the staff. If a member wants to hold it, currently we have the items bundled. So to isolate it, I suppose would be, we'd probably have to, I'm thinking, and we could do a couple things. We could withdraw. The other one is passed, the bundle has, but we could add an amendment to that item 5, original item 5.03 be held. And so a motion could be entertained for that.
5.04. 5.03 is okay. 5.04 is the one that I'm looking at now.
Yeah, whichever one you would want to.
Okay.
You could make such a motion at this time. This is the time for amendments after the motion has been made and seconded. And you could amend to remove that item from the bundle. You could move to hold that item back and approve the others. You know, there's a variety of ways of doing it at your discretion.
I will motion to amend the bundle to exclude item 5.04.
Second.
Motion and second has been made on an amendment. So this is now a discussion on the amendment being proposed, and we're going to go in roll call order. Ms. Frank, you of course as the motion maker, although would normally go first tonight, you're going to go last as motion maker. And so we're going to take some roll call order here real quick if there's any comments to the amendment. Ms. Ellis, any comments?
No comment.
Okay. And then Ms. Schulheim, any comment?
Yes, I like where Ms. Frank is going with this, especially in light of the fact that we're not running buses. So I also have some questions about any potential savings we could negotiate given the fact that the buses aren't moving at this time. So I like where she's headed.
Okay. Ms. Tobin?
No comments at this time.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
No comment.
Mr. Silkworth?
Just a question from Mr. Saknovich. Is there any negative to postponing?
Mr. Silkworth, these contracts are for contracts that would commence in August or September. So I believe there is deliberative time available if the board so wishes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no questions. Ms. Frank, you may conclude prior to vote.
Just request just a very, very brief hold so that I could research this issue further. I'm not intending to hold anything up longer than necessary, but I just need another meeting or so just to figure out what I want to do with this particular issue.
Is there anything, Ms. Frank, you can share with us in terms of your concerns so we can begin to track down and research as well? Because I was not aware of your concern.
Yeah, and I do apologize for that. I just got some emails today asking for me to look into this further, and that there were some items deleted in the current bid that were previously available to these contractors, including maintenance minimums, maintenance rate per mile, that they were guaranteed certain operational days for each school year, items like that I would just want to look into and make sure that everything was copacetic before moving forward.
So those are things that were not included in the bid.
Correct.
Right. So then yet each of these companies bid on what was presented.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking for 2 weeks to sort it out, please.
Oh, I want to make sure that staff is prepared.
Okay.
Okay, so our amendment is to hold the item 5.04 award of contract, and do we have any further comments to it?
Madam President, and I don't know for sure, but are we first voting to unbundle and then voting to hold? Correct?
I did make that recommendation, yes, originally, that is the preferred method to do so. So we can, okay, as I said, we can take a couple routes here.
Madam President,
I haven't been hearing any follow-up. So yes, sir.
Just want to say, in fact, the motion on the floor is just a preliminary amendment motion. So as everyone started diving into, I guess, the merits of Ms. Frank's concern, I just want to remind you, you haven't disposed of by roll call vote the simple motion to unbundle. You got to take care of that first.
That motion was not made first. Ms. Frank motioned the amendment or the amendment.
Right, and the amendment was to take 5.04 out of the original motion.
That is correct.
And I'm saying that has to be disposed of first.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've never encountered an unbundle before, so I gotta say, even at my last meeting, I'm learning something new here. I kind of thought, that's why I said it at first, but the way it was worded, I wasn't sure if it was acceptable. So
that's my recommendation, is that you proceed with protocol to unbundle.
I'm going to suggest just a giant withdraw on these matters. The only thing that has already been voted on is 5.01, and then of course the motion to bundle. So why don't we entertain a motion to, I'm going to suggest withdraw. Do I have consent to clear the table so that we can first unbundle? We have to take them as separate vote. We have to take two separate votes to accomplish, Ms. Frank, is what our attorney is saying, Ms. Schalheim, and I did not recognize you yet at the dais. We are currently still speaking with our attorney, so please, I'm happy to call you when it's your turn. So Mr. Burns, am I understanding that we need to unbundle, make a motion and clear an unbundle, and then we can proceed?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to complicate things. There was already a bundling, excuse me.
That got voted on by consent.
Exactly. And all that's before you right now is a motion that was seconded to pull 5.04 out. That was done as a friendly request that Ms. Frank then ran with. So right now you should only be voting on that simple thing. Then you can certainly get into what you do with 5.04, but that's not the motion before the board right now.
So she cannot, okay. So we have a motion to bundle that was adopted. We then had a motion placed on the table to award the bundled contracts.
No, that never happened.
We just need to vote on the amendment.
I thought Mr. Smith made that motion right after the bundle, and we went, because I was just about ready to call the consent vote after going round robin with it.
I don't think so.
No. I know Dr. Alado made his recommendation. I thought I'd heard that.
Just a point of information, or I guess clarification at this point. I didn't make any motion except for, I think I seconded a motion to bundle way back, but before all this. So
that's correct.
Okay, so if no motion was actually made, then there is no amendment to anything. That's what I've been rendering under the assumption, because we had back-to-back motions and they kind of sounded in tandem. So
I'll try one more time, just because I know for the public, especially this format's difficult. There was a motion seconded to proceed on a bundling, right? Before you got on the merits of the bundle, there was discussion, or questions, I should say, about 5.04. In fact, it started as 5.03, and then Ms. Frank realized it was 5.04. So that led to the discussion and the friendly suggestion that she consider pulling 5.04 out of the bundle. She made that request. That was seconded. And all that's before you right now is simply taking 5.04 out of the rest of the group. That's all that's in front of you right now.
That is originally what I had thought. So I'm not understanding why we are interrupted then.
Because the staff and Ms. Frank began discussing the merits of 5.04 prior to the disposition of the unbundled motion.
Oh, I did not recognize that as a contradiction. Okay. Because it's discussion. And I usually, okay. So we have now to vote on the unbundling of 5.04. So Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Yes, so the motion is to exclude item 5.04 and remove from the bundle. Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim. You're muted, Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Tobin.
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
and Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe, and thank you, Mr. Burns, for the clarification. Okay. And so now we have unbundled 5.04 and are looking for a motion to give consent to 5.02 and 5.03 respectively with the passing of that.
Move.
Second.
Motion and second was made. Just a reminder to members to make sure that you're close enough to your microphone so that, and in between the mute and unmutes, so we can clearly hear and identify. And so we have a motion, a second. Do we have any further comments or questions of the staff? I know Miss Antwine did have a question, and so she will be next. She had her hand up prior to Miss Frank's motion and will be taken first. Miss Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. My question, and I'm gonna, I'll send you guys a text. I don't see myself, but my question concerned actually the project at North County. I had some questions for Mr. Sheknovich, please.
Absolutely. Mr. Sheknovich, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My question would be for the North County Operations Storage Building that's being built. Where on the campus will this building be built?
It is being built adjacent to at the same level and adjacent to where the track and artificial turf field is inside of the stadium confines.
Oh, good. I was concerned because, although the students are not in the buildings right now, there are sustainable gardens that they have led over the past few years. And I wanted to make sure that those projects were not being interfered with this building. So thank you very much. That's all I have, President Corkadell. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments on our bundled items of 5.02 and 5.03? Ms. Shawhan?
Yes, regarding 5.03, just a question. So after the buses are decommissioned, and apologies if I've asked this in years past, it's been 120 years has taken up the length of time that 2020 has, so my memory is short. But once a bus is decommissioned, is there any revenue stream in terms of scrap or resale of that bus to another entity, or since we fully own that equipment, and since we're in a budget shortfall year, I'm just looking for revenue streams. Can you enlighten us if any exists?
Ma'am, again, for the record, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, they are auctioned. There's a public auctioning process. So they are publicly auctioned while under the state of Maryland regulations. They cannot be utilized to transport public school students in the public K-12 arena. That same prohibition does not exist in private or nonprofit parochial type of environments. But in truth, anybody could bid on them and buy them. In fact, we've had contractors who have purchased them and modified them to haul longboards or pier posts for marine contractors. So we've seen our buses have an afterlife that's pretty robust. But yes, ma'am, we do. There is a publicly regulated auction process, and they are auctioned off in accordance with the state regulations that pertain to that.
And is that, how do I phrase this? Markets rise and fall with various commodities. Do we keep track of that, or are we happy to get any sort of funds back from the disposal of that equipment?
Well, we always have certainly the right to refuse a bid if we don't believe it's reasonable. But quite honestly, we're generally happy to get whatever we get out of them. Holding them and leaving them fallow sitting in the middle of a field somewhere that I might own is probably not doing any good for that bus. And it's continuing to get older and decay. So as time marches on, there's probably less value in that bus. And we follow the same process basically as all of the public school districts. So, you know, we do annually after June, when we no longer need them. Again, we can typically use them through the end of that month. So sometime in July, we go through that bidding process to access the buses that we can no longer utilize. That also allows us to make room now in the lots for the new buses, the four that Ms. Frank asked about earlier, for the new buses to come and actually have a parking spot on the lot. So there is a timing issue to it as well.
Fantastic. Thank you for the information.
And the monies that do come back, so the monies have to go back to the source from which they come essentially. So if we are able to glean revenues from selling buses that were initially capital purchased, the monies typically would then go into that capital budget account.
Okay, so it's all capital funds for those particular buses. None of it's operating.
Correct. Typically, yes. There may be some de minimis pieces, like some pieces of the bus that have a lifespan of less than 15 years are not IRS eligible. So if we buy cones for the bus, things like that, those clearly don't have a 15-year lifespan, but it's purely de minimis. It's 98, 99% capital money.
Right. And sorry, one more follow-on question. If there's any added equipment that we put on the bus, like GPS equipment, things of that nature, do we take that equipment out prior to auctioning off, or is that equipment generally reach the end of its useful life, i.e. like technology marches on to the next iteration of whatever that is?
That's case specific. If GPS was even available 13 years ago, certainly that equipment would be antiquated at best. And I know not a single one of our buses had GPS equipment until very recently. So a soon to be 13-year-old bus really wouldn't have anything of any salvage. Even the radio systems time has marched on, and the old high frequency radios are gone. Everything's digital nowadays. So there's very little, if any, salvage value to anything on these buses. It almost would cost more to try to strip it down, and the more you do so, you're really collecting things that are destined for the junk heap, and you're spending more labor to try to take something out of it than what you would ever yield by reutilizing it.
Right. I was just wondering if in the course of the last 13 years, older buses were fitted with GPS. If that, I don't know. I don't know if that's something that has to happen in its manufacturing process, or if that's something that can be aftermarket. So that was why that question was there. I didn't presume that we had a 13-year-old Garmin. I used to have this gigantic thing, you know, that we carried around. I don't even think they update that software anymore. So I don't know if those old buses had been outfitted for that since their acquisition. No.
Likely not. No.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you so much for all that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing no more movement of the board, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Tobin?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howell. For my last agenda item of the night to announce here, item 6.01, the election of board officers.
Madam President.
Madam President, do you want me to move to hold item?
Guys, I need to introduce and explain what it is we're going to do, and have not given the floor to anyone. So if we could just—
Point of information.
Everybody is anxious. Yes, ma'am.
I believe we still need to vote to hold item 5.04.
if that's what we plan to do.
Actually, you are correct. Thank you.
Sorry.
I got to tell you, that did confuse the heck out of me because I thought I knew, understood. I said, yeah, go ahead, unbundle and do that. And then I just, in order.
Can I make a motion really quick?
Yes, ma'am. I wondered why everybody jumped me there, and I'm going like, really?
I know
everybody's anxious to get rid of me. But
introduce item 5.04 to the next public session meeting.
Second.
We have motion and second. Do we have unanimous consent? Okay, seeing no to the contrary, we are now going to move forward. Item 6.01, election of board officers. And just as a refresher, we've been doing this traditionally for a number of years. And of course, as pedestrian as I am, I did go back through and reviewed with our vice president, of course, to make sure. And we are going to, of course, carry and continue the tradition that we have done. And so how this works, just for our new members and for the public as a refresher course, is that we are going to call for nominations first to the president, and then we will hear from the nominees, and then we will vote. And we do not do consent. We do individual roll call votes. So everybody is on record, of course, for election of officers, and then we will move immediately to the nominations of the vice presidency, followed by all nominees to say a couple words. Of course, we want to limit it to a few minutes respectfully, and then we will vote if there, in both cases, if there's more than one nominee, each member will cite who they choose, and we will continue those rounds until we reach 5 for either or. And then I am going to officially hand the gavel over to that president to proceed with the meeting. So, and allow the those who won to say any additional words that they would like accordingly. And say, of course, congratulations. So without further, I am now opening up the floor to nominations for the president, and I'm going to turn to Ms. Antwine, who made a request in advance to be heard. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I would like to nominate Vice President Melissa Ellis for president of the board. Ms. Ellis has been consistent in her leadership along with you at the helm, and I believe she would be appropriate, especially in this crisis, to continue the leadership as president. Thank you.
Okay, no second is of course needed during election of officers. So do we have any other nomination requests? Please raise your hand or speak now. No surprise that there are no other nominations. Ms. Ellis, you now have the floor as the nominee.
Thank you. I am extremely humbled and honored. Ms. Antwine, it means so much to me that you have nominated me. And I just would like to accept your nomination and let my fellow members know that I take the office of the president very seriously. And I plan on leaning on each and every one of you as a leader among equals. And I know that together we can continue to move forward. And I just thank you all so much.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to take a presidential privilege and just say that, it was very great to be co-nominated last year with you, Ms. Ellis, and I just want to say, as taking a little presidential privilege here one last time, just to say that it is a well-deserved nomination, and I believe every member would have jumped on the opportunity of honor that Miss Antoine bestowed upon you. So, okay, Miss Howe, please call roll.
Miss Frank?
Aye.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Tobin?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Miss Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Miss Ellis, would you like to say a couple words?
Thank you all so much. I have not prepared anything, made no assumptions about what was going to happen this evening, but I do want to begin with thanking you, President Corkadell, for your leadership and dedication to the presidency over the last year. You led during one of the most challenging times this school system, I'm certain, has ever seen. And your dedication and commitment to that role and to our school system certainly deserves more recognition than we're able to give in little boxes on a screen. But I do sincerely thank you. I have been honored to work alongside you as vice president, and I'm certain my fellow board members share in the appreciation. Thank you so much. And to now all of my fellow board members, I am extremely moved by the confidence you have all bestowed upon me. I will certainly stumble along the way, but I know each one of you that is there to catch me. And like I said, the very most important way for this board to succeed is relationships. And I value my relationship with each and every one of you. And my door is always open, and I pledge to support each and every one of you in what it is you want to accomplish for our students. So thank you again. And I look for, and Dr. Arlotto, certainly I must communicate and share that I really look forward to working even more closely with you. I believe very strongly that we can be very collaborative, and even more so than now, and continue to make AACPS everything it can be for our students. Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thank you so very much, Melissa. We're going to next take on the second part of this agenda item, and then I can hand you over the gavel. You know, it's so odd because there's this whole thing we do at the end of this, and we're not going to be able to tonight. So now I am now entertaining nominations for vice president, and Miss Antoine had also requested for vice presidency to pose the first nomination. Miss Antoine.
Thank you, President Corkdale. I will also like to share a humbled honor for this nomination as well. This person has been an extraordinarily staunch leader and advocate. She is also just as consistent and as strong in her leadership role. I would like to please nominate for Vice President of the Board, Ms. Dana Schallheim.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. And do we have any other nominations from the floor at this time? Please raise your hand or speak. Okay, hearing no more further actions, no surprise there. I will now turn the floor over to Ms. Scholheim for her nomination speech. Back to back.
It's rare that I'm speechless, but this is where I find myself. I'm extremely humbled and honored to receive Ms. Antoine's nomination, and I accept that nomination, and it would be my honor to serve in this capacity as vice president for the benefit of all of our students. And I'm deeply moved and touched. Thank you. I think you're muted.
You are muted. I am muted. Thank you. And most certainly, everybody has definitely pulled their weight, and you're no exception to that role. I will just mention that, just like Miss Ellis, we all have a lot of respect for you, of course, and I can tell you, Miss Scholheim is a person who, as far as doing the homework and the read, I don't think any of us can touch her. And I'm a pretty quick read and very thorough, and so I don't think we have anything else further to say outside my little presidential privilege there. So, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Well, let me be the first to say the fond words that I'll tell you I never did get used to is Madam President, or even Madam Vice President. I'm not one into titles, but let me be the first to call upon Miss Ellis. I'm going to hand you the virtual gavel, so to speak, and she will be taking on the rest of the meeting. And thank you all so very much, and congratulations to both President Ellis and Vice President Scholheim.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I have to catch my breath now. So moving on to item 6.02, the 2021 legislative program. Ms. Ortiz, I believe.
Yes, good evening. Before I get started, just congratulations to our new board leadership, Ms. Ellis and Ms. Scholheim. I look forward to working with both of you in your new capacity. And a warm welcome to our 3 newest board members. I also very much look forward to working with you. So for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. And so I am going to read my script. Before you for consideration is the proposed 2021 legislative program of the board. Proposed revisions to the program are similar to how we revise policies. New language is in red font, and deleted language has red strikeouts. Some revisions are substantive. For example, we added, my colleagues and I, a new educational equity section, which is consistent with board policy regulation and AACPS's strategic plan. And other revisions are simpler, like grammatical and stylistic. The legislative program provides a comprehensive overview of the board's positions on various education-related issues that impact Maryland Public Schools and AACPS in particular. The program serves many purposes throughout the year and during the legislative session. It is used by ACPS staff throughout the year to represent the board's positions on various issues that may arise or are presented by stakeholders. The program is also helpful to our delegation and decision makers in Annapolis. As such, it is sent to our elected officials, partners, and stakeholders to provide them with information about AACPS as well as the board's legislative positions and priorities. This information will hopefully help guide our elected officials when considering legislative and budgetary issues that come before them. The 2021 legislative session is around the corner. It's going to be my 16th legislative session, so I can't believe that. The Maryland General Assembly will convene on Wednesday, January 13th. The General Assembly convenes every year for 90 days from January through April to act on nearly 3,000, yes, 3,000, 16 sessions ago was like over 2,000. Now it's over 3,000 pieces of legislation, as well as the state's capital and operating budgets. Our legislative program is particularly helpful when legislators are drafting, amending, and voting on bills or making budget decisions. During the legislative session, I use the legislative program to draft testimony and advocate on your behalf when educator-related or public agency legislation and budgetary matters are introduced in the General Assembly. The program allows ACPS to respond quickly and provide effective advocacy during the hectic pace of the session. And for anybody that's familiar with the legislative session, it's like organized chaos. So there is no time to wait. We need to be on it and be able to respond very quickly. This is even more relevant as we face unprecedented times during this time of COVID-19. And I am happy to answer any questions that you have related to the proposed revisions to the 2021 legislative program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Sorry, I'm juggling two screens because I've pulled it up the legislative proposal here in front of me. So I'm juggling two screens here. So I think now we will go around in case there's any questions or comments. We are starting this evening, remind me, with Ms. Frank, correct?
I don't have any questions at this particular moment, but I might as we get into it a little further. Thank you.
Okay. Next would be Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, I loved this. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. It was a delight to read. I loved the addition of all the equity language. I was moved by this opus, and I hope that it moves not only our delegation, but the votes needed to secure legislation that aligns with this document. I'm just very excited about this. I've been excited in years past, but it was just a sheer joy, especially this year, to read. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you for your hard work. I know that this is a heavy lift session upon us with masks and all of that. And I know for all those watching at home who don't know, Ms. Ortiz bleeds out during session down at the State House, and it's because of her and her advocacy that we are able to be successful legislatively and get some good masks and some face shields and a lot of hand sanitizer, and we can do this. And we're right there with you this year, as in past years. Thank you for your hard work. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. It's a pleasure to meet you virtually. And I have to say, as a newcomer, I just want to thank you. I thought this was beautifully laid out and presented, and incredibly coherent, and such a strong set of positions that I found. I've always obviously followed this, but to read it all for the first time was tremendously helpful and very, very compelling. So thank you. I had one question, and I should tell you, those of us who were new were handed a paper copy, which didn't have the red. So I may be asking about something that's been there a long time. So I apologize for that, because this is all new to me. So, and I hope my colleagues don't mind a question that may take up a little of their time. In the section on local school board authority and governance, under the AACPS supports, there is this section about beginning a dialogue with other school districts and education advocates to consider whether there is any policy reason for local county councils and commissioners to retain statutory authority to approve school system budgets. I'm just curious about that. Is that new? Is there a history to that it would be helpful for me to understand? And also just what the implications are if that relationship might change. So
Thank you for your kind words, and I'm glad that the document is helpful to you. So that language has been in there. It's not new language. Okay. It's been in there since I've been here. So I just celebrated almost 4 years. 4 years on December 1 at ACPS. And so I think that, we have right now, you have the county councils right now. It's the county executive and the county council, and there's a state component to budget matters. And so, we're always looking at ways in which we are most effectively, passing budgets, getting funding for our budgets for our school systems. And certainly, that's been a discussion that has just been in place over the years. And so if there's ever an opportunity for there to be more local control, because one of the things that you probably realized throughout the document, that local control is key. And I do want to mention that it is aligned with MABE, the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. We typically have, for the most part, the same positions on legislation. Sometimes we have differing positions, or we take lots of positions. I will say I write over 100 testimonies during the session. So we are very prolific in our representation in Annapolis. And so with that being said, if there's an opportunity for us to find different ways to have more local control over our funding and budgetary processes, we'll always look at that. So that's what that really leans to. And I just, while I'm speaking, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to all of my colleagues, because this was not me by myself. God knows I am not an expert on all of these big issues that impact our school system, our staff, and most importantly, our students, and so this was a team effort. There were many eyes, lots of feedback from executive team, senior staff, of course, the superintendent. And so I just want to acknowledge my colleagues for all of their input and their collaboration on this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
President Ellis, you're on mute.
Thank you. Just saw it. Ms. Corkadell, please.
Yeah, I just want to say gratitude. Let me turn. Sorry, I didn't realize my video was off. I clicked it on accident when I remuted last time. I want to just thank the staff and President Ellis as well, because I am alt this year to her as legislative committee serving on MABE, and I know that a lot of these are very coordinated efforts, as Ms. Ortiz had indicated, and I'm very proud that Anne Arundel County continues to maintain a strong seat at all these tables that are under discussion, and the relationships that she has brought to AACPS throughout her very successful career, along with Dr. Arlotto and the hardworking staff, Mr. Novich, the whole gamut, everybody. Mr. Mosier worked so hard on these things. So thank you all so very much. And I look forward to, representing us alongside Ms. Ellis in our legislative, very challenging legislative year, both at the federal, state, and local side. I have no questions about our platform at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Hi again, Ms. Ortiz. First of all, I just want to say, wow, 16 terms with the MGA. That's amazing. They must have started you when you were 10 years old, because we couldn't tell. But first of all, I just want to say, wonderful work as usual. Like everyone else was saying, I just want to echo it. It was a pleasure to read. I just have a few questions, and I guess I'll start in order on page 11. I'm sorry, not in order, but where Dr. Tobin left off, local school board authority and governance. I just have a quick question. Hopefully, I know the answer already, but I'm just going to ask. If a bill were to come up to limit the power of our student member of the Board of Education, where we stand, we would obviously oppose it, correct?
So that would be, a board decision, but historically, yes, the board has opposed. Most recently, we had, or recently, I should say, when our Anne Arundel County delegation drafted the legislation to move from an appointed board to an elected board, there was amendments proposed to limit the voting rights of the student member of the board. And I think they wanted to remove voting on personnel matters, budget, and perhaps one or two other things. We have some members of the delegation who feel very strongly that a student member should not have those rights. And as you know, and maybe the public doesn't know, the Anne Arundel County Public Schools student member of the board is the only student member with full voting rights in the country that we're aware of. I know that Montgomery County is almost there, but I think there's, one thing that they can't vote on. I can't think of what it is. And a couple of counties have come close, and it's always been that way. That amendment failed by one vote. One vote. And the board at that time, to answer your question more specifically, did not weigh in on the bill from going from appointed to elected. They stayed out of that. However, they did write, the board did write a letter of opposition to the efforts to limit the voting rights of the student member of the board. So.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
So that's something that you would take a position on, yes.
I'm glad to hear that, and I'm sorry to hear that people want to take the voting rights of the student member. I like to think everybody on here likes me, right? I like voting on this stuff. But well, could we put that in there just up front? Something about the voting rights of the student member? Could we just to make sure it's always in there, so it's cemented that we're always going to uphold the rights of our student members?
Yeah, that's certainly something that if the board chooses today to have me craft some language to add to this section, absolutely, it could be in the supports section, an affirmative, or it could be in an opposed section where you oppose any efforts to limit the voting rights of the student member of the board. So that would be a board vote today to amend the current draft of the legislative program.
President, I have one more question. Would you like me to ask the question or make the necessary motion?
Why don't you go ahead and finish your questions, and then if you have action.
Great. It's just on switching the pages here, excuse me. The educational equity section, I see that's all in red. So it was a recent addition. So my question is, first, why did we add that? I think I know the reason. I just,
Yeah, that's a great question. So as you know, educational equity has really been a priority of the superintendent, the board, and the school system as a whole. there has been a greater emphasis on educational equity in the last few years, coming from the state board promulgating regulations on this issue. We recently adopted a policy and regulation on educational equity as well. This is something that MABE has been focusing on, the Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, otherwise known as PASAM. So it's been an issue that, has been at the forefront. And so given recent actions of the board, given current events and current focus on social justice and equity and equality, we just felt it was very important to go ahead and highlight that. I will say that, we've always, a lot of this language also came from our strategic plan. So it's not new. It's not that it wasn't important. It's just that it wasn't quite as highlighted as it has been over the last few years. So we just thought that it was something that needed to be highlighted finally.
Thank you for that.
In the program.
Thank you for the answer, Ms. Ortiz. And I think I already figured that, but I just want to touch on one thing you touched on. I think that's really pertinent in the time and place we're in right now. The more recent events, specifically, the Black Lives Matter movement. I was kind of, I guess, sad to see that there was no mention of that. Not that we support the organization, but maybe in the background. So, I guess, of course we can, but, I think it would be nice if we, I think one problem with social justice is not really naming, the problems. I know there are a number of problems, but I think especially now for this year, would be really remiss just to not specifically call out, the movement of the Black Lives Matter movement, as well as, what our students have been doing. Dr. Law mentioned it in his budget presentation, and he also mentioned the Let's Talk Justice. That was a direct response to the Black Lives Matter protests that were going around all across the country. And of course, we passed a resolution that says we, in fact, the state, I'm going to say that carefully, state that Black Lives Matter. So I guess I would like to make two motions. So President, if you would just, or can I bundle the two? Or, I guess I'll separate them just because they're entirely different in substance. The first motion is I move that we have Ms. Ortiz craft language in the local board governance section that specifically states we will uphold that we will uphold the voting rights of our student members of the Board of Education.
Second.
A point of information, President Ellis.
Sure. I was just giving Ms. Ortiz a moment to write down because I saw her taking notes. Go ahead.
If I could offer an amendment to Mr. Smith's motion, I believe we would have to make the motion to direct the superintendent and not necessarily Ms. Ortiz.
Is that someone could weigh in on that? Ms. Ortiz, I guess since I directed
Yeah,
you.
I think if the board elects to change the language, then Ms. Ortiz would do the work to do that. I hear what you're saying. I think I guess the way the motion was worded for the board to ask Ms. Ortiz, but
you can say to amend ask that the legislative program be amended to, and then say your language, right? Because technically the board, the superintendent reports to the board, I report to the superintendent. I am, sort of the designee on this matter and would work on it, but perhaps
then we would politely ask Ms. Ortiz to help us. Yes.
Apologies. So
no need to apologize. I just wanted to make a clarification so that a well-intended motion is supported without stipulation.
Very good observation, Ms. Antoine. Thank you.
Antoine, I'll make the amendment to direct Dr. Arlotto to appoint staff, or designate staff to.
I think you can just make a motion. You can move that the board changes the language in a certain section, and then if that motion were to pass, we would politely ask Ms. Ortiz to help us with that language.
Once again, sorry for the confusion. I move that this is an amendment. I move that the Board of Education amend the language in the local board authority section of our legislative plan to add language in there that reflects that we will uphold the rights of our student member of the Board of Education.
Second.
Voting rights of our student member of education.
Okay, I think we have a motion now and a second. Is there any discussion? If there are, if there's interest in discussing or debating, then we'll go around.
I do have draft language that I just jotted down if you would like to hear it, if that would be helpful.
Sure.
My
Absolutely.
recommendation would be to stick it in the AACPS opposes section. And I can, put it as the first item if you would like, or put it at the end. So AACPS opposes any efforts to diminish the voting rights of the student member of the board.
Very simple. I think I'm going to go around just in case. I think that's quite a substantive change to the packet. So I keep forgetting where we're starting. Ms. Frank, do you have anything? You know what? I'm sorry. I just see I have a message. I think Ms. Frank is having technical difficulties. Yeah, we'll come back. Ms. Schallheim.
Only to say that I am in support of this motion, and I thank Ms. Ortiz for her language on the fly.
Ms. Tobin, Dr. Tobin, sorry.
Yes, just to say I'm in support and thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
No comments, Madam President.
Mr. Silkworth. No, Ms. Antwine. Apologies.
President Ellis, the only comment I have is I strongly commend Mr. Smith for his forward thinking in doing this, realizing that this may not affect him as the new student of the board, but he was humble enough to think of others in their future. So thank you for that, Mr. Smith. Other than that, I have nothing else.
Mr. Silkworth.
Yeah, it's been my understanding that Anne Arundel County is has been one of the only counties across the country that had a student board member with full voting rights. I would hate to see us lose that. And my experience with student board members over my fairly long career is, boy, they've been really great. And so I am totally in support of this, Drake, absolutely.
Thank you. And Mr. Silkworth, you're absolutely right. Our student board member of the board is the only one with full voting rights in the country. Do we have Ms. Frank back with us?
Yes, but I just missed the conversation. I lost power. I apologize.
No worries. Ms. Frank, there is a motion on the table made by Mr. Smith to amend the legislative package to include the following language in the opposes section. Ms. Ortiz, would you repeat that?
Sure. So AACPS opposes any efforts to diminish the voting rights of the student member of the board.
So, right, the motion is on the table and it has been seconded. And Ms. Frank, so if you have any questions or comments, now would be the time.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. And I do not either. I believe we've been around. So, Ms. Howell, you can call the vote.
Oh, Ms. Ellis, President Ellis.
Oh, I did not come back to you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President Ellis. I know the online virtual setting, hopping around from these Brady Bunch boxes.
Yeah.
I would just say I really appreciate all the support. Really want to appreciate the support from Mr. Silkworth. You know, he's been around, for quite a bit, and I can't imagine. So he's seen a few things, and for a teacher of his stature to say, he knows how vital this is to the Board of Education, just speaks wonders to the position that we have. hopefully maybe we can get tacked to say teacher approved. But I would just say to diminish the voting rights is just really a shame. Hopefully no one would ever think that from our delegation this year. But imagine yourself as a kid, right? And you're supposed to represent your student. I mean, your fellow students. You can't do that if you don't have a truly equal voice on the body in which you're supposed to represent them on. And also, let's think of the irony. The age qualifications for the House of Delegates is only 21 years of age. Only 21. I'm 18, so I can get off of this, go to college for a few years, run for the House of Delegates, no problem. I don't think I'm going to learn that much in that short amount of time to qualify, not giving me, a senior in high school, these full voting rights. So, and I just really appreciate all the support, truly. And and Ms. Ortiz, I think my motion really was to have to amend it, and I never specified anything. So I just want to I guess could we connect after this and maybe come up with I'm not saying your language is not strong, but make sure we have I guess really strong and solid language, if that's permissible. Just because I try to keep it as open as possible, because I know on the fly, I think sometimes when you think something over, might come up with I guess more language.
Right. So actually, I believe at the moment the language on the table is to amend the package. Correct. I think
and do we have to come up with the correct language right now, or?
Yes. So I believe we'll have to either amend the motion or dispose of the motion by voting to change it and then vote on the specific language. Do I get that right, Mr. Burns?
Yes, I thought you were going to offer another option, which was to vote that there be a change and ask someone to bring the language back at a future meeting, because this is your legislative program. Actually, you're running out of time to sort of form this, I think.
That's right.
Ms. Ortiz's mouth, but I know she wants this in pocket before things in this kind of strange session start. I'm not even sure how this gets communicated in the coming months, but I don't think you would want to suggest as a board change your language and then leave it to a single member on any issue. Correct. To craft that language.
I agree with that. And right, I hadn't considered holding it for another meeting because of the timing. I think we have to have this taken care of before session starts and really before the new year. Thank you,
Ms. Ellis, I do want to, I didn't jump in when Ms. Ortiz was mentioning it, but because she had it well in hand, I want to say from a legislative or legislation crafting standpoint, I concur with her recommendation, which I think you all did as well, that the best place to put this is in the opposition portion, because it actually gives her the most freedom to be able to look out for friendly amendments to rescue something or come back to you and explain, look, the best we could do at this stage was oppose something that was not good. And that gives you more freedom perhaps than to make an affirmative statement that might fall on its face immediately. I mean, so I think from a legislative policy making standpoint, it's in the right spot. So I just want to make sure I concurred with her.
Right. So, so Mr. Burns, am I correct then? We will vote on the motion on the table, which is to change the language, and then we can vote on the specific language.
I think the language that's been offered to you could be either be part of a friendly amendment to Mr. Smith's motion, or you bifurcate it, first agree to amend and then agree to language. But one way or another, you're going to have to address the language.
Correct.
It sounded like you had a consensus, for lack of a better word, because you all went around on it, to Ms. Ortiz's suggested language. So,
except Mr. Smith has indicated otherwise. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to hold up the process. But Ms. Ortiz, could you read it just one more time?
Sure. So AACPS opposes any efforts to diminish the voting rights of the student member of the board.
Can you add strongly to that? Like a friendly amendment, I guess? Like strongly opposes, or is that unnecessary?
So the reason why not strongly opposes, it's if you look at page 20, the way things are listed. It's like ACPS supports, and then there's like a bulleted list. ACPS opposes, and there's a bulleted list.
Okay. Well, no, I guess I'm fine with the language as long as, please pardon my, I guess my caution on this. I just want to make sure we get it right the first time and make sure that, if hopefully nothing comes up, but just in case we have the right language in place to make sure that, we're protecting the rights of our student members. But I think upon further consideration, I think I'm okay with this language. If Ms. Ortiz is okay with the language, because she's the one that's going to be defending it.
Yeah, I just want to say that I used to be a bill drafter, and I've drafted many a piece of law that's in the books now and amendments. So I think that, and the reason why I said diminished, it's because I think it's a broad terminology that can encompass a lot of things. I don't want to say like to remove the voting rights or something like that, just because there's different ways to do it. And I just thought that diminished would be a good all-encompassing word that could cover a variety of potential actions, right? Hopefully this is just even a non-issue, but if something were to come up. So I think just from my experience in drafting legislation over the years, I think it's very clear what the board's position would be.
So, Mr. Smith, would you like to amend your motion to, I guess, add the following language to the legislative program? And then if Ms. Ortiz, you would repeat that one more time for Ms. Howell, we will have one motion to vote on, and we can move forward. Does that work?
Yes, I amend to the previously stated.
Excuse me?
I said I amend to the previously stated.
Okay, so Mr. Smith moves to add the following language to the legislative program.
So under AACPS opposes, the new language would be any efforts to diminish the voting rights of the student member of the board.
Thank you. I believe we're ready for a vote.
Madam President, I had one question in light of the final version, if I may.
Yes.
The draft language of our legislative platform was coming under recommendation of the superintendent. I would prefer to hear the superintendent's recommendation on any amendments tonight, starting with this one, if I may.
Absolutely. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't have a recommendation because this wasn't something I got a chance to speak to Mr. Smith in advance about, but I absolutely would support the language as expressed by Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you. That was it.
Great. Any other questions or comments? I don't want to miss anyone. Okay, Ms. Howell, if you call.
Ms. Frank?
Since I missed some of the discussion, I'm going to abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Oh, aye. Mute thing. Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, 1 abstention.
Mr. Smith, do you have anything else?
Yes, just one very small thing, it's a minor thing on the topic of the student of the Board of Education. On the front page with my title, Drake Smith, student board member, can we just shorten that to student member? I think that's more of that's not really of substance. So can that just be added without a motion?
I don't know of any.
Or could I just ask?
Is there any reason not to? Does anyone have any concerns? Ms. Corkadell, are you?
No, I mean, our titles are based, I think, on what the state law designates us. So, I mean, usually that's not an issue like on a business card or anything. I mean, I don't think it says that I'm officially the board member representing District 7, but that's what we have on our business card. So,
Okay.
But that's just information that I think that's where it comes from. I don't think that helps anybody.
Ms. Ortiz, do you have anything to offer?
No, I mean, that would be a technical change. It's not substantive.
Correct.
So if there's consensus on that,
Right.
it can easily be done.
So unless I'm hearing any concerns, we'll just go ahead and accept that. Okay.
Great. And then the next substantive one, I guess, before we start talking about the student member voting rights, I had mentioned that in the educational equity, I think this really stems from the events of this summer. And since this Board of Education already adopted a resolution that says we state that Black Lives Matter, I only see it right that we should add something about the Black Lives Matter movement that our students have been participating in the background of the educational equity part, because it's my strong belief that in order to that we're in some situations we're in right now because we might be too hesitant to really just name why they're there. And I think this will help us, move beyond that. So that's why I move that language be crafted that mentions something about the Black Lives Matter movement in the educational equity section.
Second.
Okay, so I guess we'll do it the way we did last time and go around for discussion before we perhaps
ask a quick question?
Yes.
So as you can imagine, when I'm working on this with my colleagues, we're looking at it from like a legislative perspective and how things would be drafted with an eye towards like legislation and budgetary matters. And so I'm wondering if this is something that you move forward with adding some language, whether it would, in just review, first time I'm hearing this, just thinking about it, it could be something that would make the most sense to add under the background information under educational equity or under the AACPS believes section. So that's just a thought to think about if you're thinking about where it would go. Like those would be just in thinking about it right now, where it would seem to make the most sense, where it would fall.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ortiz. I think my motion, I stated into the background portion of it.
My apologies, I missed that.
And Madam President, if I also might add, Mr. Smith, if you could, while your colleagues are speaking to the general motion, begin to craft some language that might be more specific and that might then also help your colleagues and certainly Ms. Ortiz, so we capture the sentiment that you want to include. So if you might start to work on some of that language, I think that might be helpful to moving the process forward, not only for Ms. Ortiz, but for your colleagues.
Of course.
Thank you, Madam President.
And thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for the suggestion. So right now we do not have specific language, but we understand the intent, I believe, of Mr. Smith. So right now the discussion is really around, do we want to make a change to the legislative program with this type of language? And so I'm going to go around, Ms. Schallheim, unless you have, okay. And we are starting with Ms. Frank.
I would be categorically opposed to any language that brings in disorganization. I have several personal examples of being in positions where I was screamed at, spit at, and basically threatened many, many times by this organization. And though it may be a beacon of hope to some, it is certainly not inclusive to all stakeholders in our community.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, I have a couple questions. I was frantically trying to pull up where you wanted it to go. Where were you suggesting, Mr. Smith? What page?
Yes, this is page 11, educational equity, and in the background section. So not anywhere where it says AACPS believes, but right above that.
Can I say something? So I know you're saying background, but just in thinking about it, what I would be the most consistent with the resolution that the board unanimously passed this summer would to say AACPS believes Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, that's
because that's what was in your resolution. I mean, it's consistent, so it's nothing new. It's not any, I understand that we have new board members, but it would be consistent with an already issued statement of the board on this matter. And if I recall correctly from that meeting, the purpose was that Black Lives Matter, not supporting a particular organization.
Yes, that's where I was headed. I wanted to dispel any myths for those following along at home who might not have seen our meeting last summer. The emotional testimony of all members of the board of that time and our unanimous vote to affirm that Black Lives Matter is not in any way at all related to a specific organization, nonprofit, for-profit, or otherwise. This is about human lives, Black lives, and not a movement or an organization or an LLC or a corporation bearing that name. And I agree with Ms. Ortiz's recommendation, though I'm ultimately flexible. So there you go.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Dr. Tobin.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I would concur with Ms. Ortiz that I think it's extremely important that the language be absolutely consistent with the resolution that was passed, because I think it was clear, simple, and indicated exactly what Ms. Schalheim was talking about, which I did watch that meeting, and it was very clear that there was a very strong distinction being made between any organization that might bear that as a title versus the actual meaning of the words, "We believe Black Lives Matter." And so I think we need to be very faithful to that language. Thank you.
Of course. So with that, right now the motion on the table is to add it to the, I guess, the background section. So I would like to withdraw the current motion and then propose a new motion, just so we're on the same page for the sake of transparency. I move that the Board of Education add to the legislation under educational equity in the AACPS believes section, right under all means all, that Black Lives Matter.
Second. Can I have a point of information?
Okay.
Mr. Ortiz, because that resolution was passed unanimously last summer and, you know, after, some lengthy debate, some emotional debate, could this just be a technical edit since we're on record as having produced that resolution? Just a question, and excuse my naivety on that.
So I would say that because this is your legislative program and it's a substantive addition, that you would vote on it. But I did pull up the resolution, and at the very end it said, we stand united and say emphatically that Black Lives Matter. It's on the board page of the AACPS website. So saying AACPS believes, if that's what you choose to do, of course, we can put it wherever you ultimately choose to put it if you decide to do this, would be consistent with that resolution.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Ortiz. Sorry, we've had a few, we've been bouncing back and forth now. So I've forgotten who we are. Dr. Tobin spoke, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Ellis.
No, I'm so sorry. No, I skipped Ms. Corkadell. My apologies, Ms. Antwine, Ms. Corkadell. I'm getting used to this.
And President Ellis, I'm just going to tell you, my first meeting, the roll call order is out of order. So as soon as you take it,
I was doing okay until we started bouncing.
I did the same thing. All good. I did have kind of a question. I have a question and then a statement, if I may. The we believe piece. If I could ask Dr. Arlotto and Ms. Ortiz first, is based on a very elaborate process of strategic goals and values that the board usually goes into retreat with once every 5 years, once every 3 years, develops this, and is the core systemic outgrowth of everything that we do, and is always handled, treated, and adapted with a deliberative, purposeful process, just like we do with our evaluations, just like we do with other types of things. Is that what I'm seeing there? That very purposeful, strategic, here are our goals and values that we have, not our board, because it's like a 3 or 5 year cycle, right? But in the prior board that we are now operating under. Is that correct, or do I have it half correct? I don't know. The we believe statement?
Well, I think that certainly boards in the past have dug deeply into the legislative program, but and that's where many of the beliefs come from, to answer your question. But they're also amended each and every year. There are amendments, just as are being presented tonight, that board members may change some language. You'll see that there are some changes to some of the statements under AC believes or AACPS supports and some of the other pieces of this legislative program. So it's certainly within the purview of the board to make changes to that. This educational equity was, this is the first time you are seeing it, right? It didn't appear in last year's program.
Gotcha.
So this was the staff's best attempt to bring all of the pieces that we are doing as a system for your consideration under not only the background piece, but under ACPS support. So you are seeing this one, a board is seeing this one for the first time. That's completely in red. So making changes to it is completely appropriate. Ms. Ortiz?
Yep, that's exactly right. And the only thing I would add is that some of this language, to your point, Ms. Corkadell, does come from already existing in the strategic plan. But as Dr. Arlotto said, all of the language is consistent with, what we've been saying and doing in various documents at AACPS. So it's not new information. It's new in the program, but the information isn't new.
My second question is, and I take this from a very practical approach. I hope I'm not, I don't get misinterpreted in the question, but we strive to make sure that our legislative platform doesn't omit and exclude any group. And although I recognize and voted for the resolution, I know that I also made a commitment to my folks that by doing so, I'm not excluding any other group. And in our legislative platform, we're presenting this and the words speak on our behalf. There's not a deliberative process by which we're having interactive conversations like we do on the dais to affirm our support otherwise. And so I guess I'm not saying no to the language, but standing alone, I'm wondering what message we're providing to our Hispanic community. What message are we providing to our other communities who have the same level of stakeholder vulnerabilities and concerns and support that we have? I just reported on us taking those first steps, thanks to Ms. Schallheim's leadership, in having a discussion about communities who have also been recognized by our state as having not equal, but definitely is of interest to us to make sure are just as much of a priority. And so because this is legislative in nature and not scriptive or performing, or it does make a statement about who we are as a board, but is in the context of what we want to focus on. And I don't know that a resolution making that affirmation should supersede any other stakeholder group when we are advocating for all of our children. And I'm just wondering if somebody read that, wouldn't just kind of say only one stakeholder group sitting here, and then there's all, but there's this big focus. I know we need to focus on that, and we are doing that each and every single day in our demonstrations, our actions, and our words. So I've never felt that not having it in prior means that we don't care and take that into account. But I am concerned that it standing alone may need some additional support from the other stakeholder groups that we traditionally pay equal and proportionate focus, because our education services for all at all times. And I just want to make sure that we're being fully inclusive. I'm not saying that the statement would create an inequity of our position, but I'm wondering if we're not missing the opportunity. And I would hate for us to, number one, miss the opportunity. And number two, I don't ever want a student to feel that they're not equally important than any other student, regardless of our history and information. We're here for each and every single student. And I just want to make sure that's well recognized. So I'm hesitating a little bit for, in the interest of the all here, I'm willing to entertain some sort of compromise here. But as it stands, unamended, I don't have because I was not shared with this any interest of this information. I probably would have came up with some suggestions. And I'm always happy to go in with amendments and even on the fly. I'm at a loss for words because I haven't been well prepared. I'd almost either want to hold this one back or open up a suggestion that we consider that either we add additional statements to it or consider the implications at the very least of it standing alone when we have already defined designated groups in multiple that we advocate for, particularly in the legislative environment, without diminishing what we have already done. I have to believe there's a way to do it. I just don't have anything to offer to it, but I don't think I'm ready for prime time yet with it either. I just want to make sure there's several things going on in that arena. And I just want to make sure we're completely capturing it. If that makes sense. Because I know you want to do that and we all want to do that. The question is, how do we get there? And I'm wondering if this is a first step, but not necessarily the absolute answer to the amendment. And that's all I have for right now. I would like to reserve the opportunity to possibly comment more after hearing other people's comments and perhaps even from Mr. Smith. President Ellis, if I may, at a future time. I will defer in the meantime.
Thank you. Ms. Ann, excuse me, Ms. Ann Fine.
So I want to start by saying I strongly support what Mr. Smith has put on the table, and any consistency with our resolution is most certainly appropriate. And I'm really concerned that you, Ms. Corkadell, as president of the board, sees this as an effort of exclusion when this statement in itself is a statement of inclusion of all. Mr. Smith also offered that it goes rather than in the background, so where the confusion that I'm picking up that you have at this time, that particular statement would go amiss and probably be misconstrued. So he's offering that it goes under equity. If this year has not defined what that statement means, not the organization, the statement, this year alone defined that for anyone who may be misunderstanding what the intent of that statement is. But because of the exclusion of a specific group for so long, this term had to be coined in the first place. So I'm really appalled that we are considering this anything but a statement of inclusion. And I would ask that we not get into this again tonight. It has been made clear in our resolution. And if people have concerns, pick up the resolution and read it. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mr. Silkworth.
Madam President, I need to make a point of order. I was pointedly cited with motion and intent, which is a violation of Robert's rules, and I believe I have the very least an opportunity to respond because I do take personal offense to the implications and the insinuations made by a fellow member.
Ms. Corkadell, go on.
Thank you. First off, I am not president. I'm former president, which I was referred to. And secondly, I'm going to say that I was not suggesting not to add it, but that this board consider the addition of other. There is not, if we get in the business of saying that we can only focus on one at a time, I think we truly are shortchanging our students. And there's no mincing of that word or misinterpretation of those words. It is really simple. We made a resolution that I did support. I'm not retracting that at any level. And I even started my comments by cautioning my members, please listen to what I was actually saying and not interpreting it. Because not only is it a violation of our Robert's rules, but it's also, it's a violation because it's in unprofessional conduct. And I think that we can be better at that as a group. And second to that, let me take the moment to clarify. I'm not suggesting that we not add that. I am asking that we consider that this is our legislative slate for all of our students, and that we consider additional language to make sure that every student that is reading this feels that they can actually see their faces. And their faces is diverse. Their faces are all inclusive. And the addition of other groups of language, I do not believe diminishes from our resolution or from our statement, but this is a matter of fact part of our strategic goals, which have the words of all, which have that representation of all of our students. I'm just suggesting, since we're basically writing this live on the fly, that we seriously consider this. And I don't think that is disrespectful. In fact, let me read equity definition. For MABE, educational equity in Maryland means providing access to essential academic, social, emotional, and economic support in order to engage each student in rigorous instruction with appropriate educational resources to achieve their highest potential. There is no differentiation between one student and another because each student comes to us and each student needs all of our attention at all times. I just think we're missing an opportunity, and I do take insult to any implication as to what my motive is, what my intent is, or any summary to anything beyond my specific words, which we're not even supposed to be quoting on the dais. I think that's very unfortunate because we have a great moment in time that we're presented with ourselves here, and instead we are engaging in inappropriate activities and motions. And so, Mr. Smith, I do support what you are saying, but I really would like to see some additional language built in. It does not even have to be in succession to it. But I think every student at the end of this day, if we are going to go in and edit this, and we've never done it before, we need to thoroughly vet through this if this is going to truly represent us and be truly all-inclusive. I'm no expert on all of that. And I would hope that Ms. Jackson, Dr. Gillens would be able to weigh in, perhaps, on improved language. And I don't think it would necessarily be appropriate for us to vote on that at that time. I would like to seek the professional experts because, no, I'm not perfect in how I'm saying it, but I do strongly take insult to anyone who would suggest that of any member. That's not what we're about. It's not even in our policy. It's not in our handbook. It's not in our ethics. It's anything we're supposed to be engaging in. And I'm very, very just disappointed. I think this is a moment for us to take our resolution to the next level and to pointedly target and attack a member. I just don't think is right under any circumstances, for any purposes, because we're all here to get to the same page for our kids. It's just so incredibly disappointing and disrespectful for my district. That's all I have to say, Ms. Ellis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Miss Ellis,
I'm
sorry. I had other discussions in addition to what Ms. Corkadell just shared. This was not. I will not get into mincing words with you, Ms. Corkadell. I would ask that you read the resolution though and understand what Black Lives Matters really means before you make such a demand. And anything outside of that, you and we can talk offline.
Point of order, the member is still pointing out another additional member. This has got to stop. No additional member should be pointed out by another member. I can go in. Do you want me to take the second, Madam President? I'm happy to cite the Roberts rules on this.
I would like to
permit it to continue without response. I'm sorry.
I would like to
allow my reputation to get trashed by continual disregard for our Roberts Rules of Order.
I'm going to ask every board member if you have a question about of a board member to understand something they've said. You can ask the question, but let's please not make any more comments about what another board member you perceive their position to be. When a board member speaks, they are stating their position, and you have to take it for what was said, because we cannot keep going back and forth, please. Mr. Silkworth, please.
Thank you. I had written down the board adopted the Black Lives Matter resolution in June, I think it was, and I did watch that meeting, of course. And so this motion from Drake would be consistent with that. However, I do understand what Ms. Corkadell is saying. I also understand what Ms. Antoine is saying. Other people may interpret it in different ways. So I have two things of Ms. Ortiz. One would be, what do you think the impact of this motion would be on the document? And the other would be, what would be the impact of delaying this until January so that we can get it right? One thing that I thought about is, Ms. Ortiz, you have the experience in this realm. You have written so much legislation. And you mentioned that a lot of that legislation is currently on the books. Do you think this motion should be on the books? Will that benefit the kids of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I don't think that that's for me to answer. I can say that we were very careful in drafting this language on educational equity. It was deliberate. And, you know, I understand the different issues that have been raised. As everybody is already aware, the board has issued a resolution saying that Black Lives Matter. So including such language would not be inconsistent. However, I do understand, you know, the questions about it's a legislative program and it's educational equity, and, you know, could somebody read it as being other than inclusive? I suppose there's, you know, differences of opinion about this. I will point out that in the introduction, we did add language about confronting issues of bias and racism and intolerance and social justice, etc., because we did want to bring attention to that issue. And we understand, you know, with everything going on this year in particular. And so we tried to address that in that manner. But ultimately, you know, Dr. Alato may have a recommendation. I will not speak for him, or thoughts to share. Ultimately, it's up to the board to decide what you would like presented in your legislative program, and whether you know, believe that including that is something that needs to be included, and ultimately, you know, beneficial.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Do you have other questions or comments, Mr. Silkworth?
No, although I might, she had indicated that Dr. Alata may have a recommendation. I might ask him if he does have a recommendation. I would understand that if he would, that he might need additional time to come up with a recommendation. So that's his call.
Never one to shy away from giving you my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. So let me begin by saying my recommendation is before you. So this has been through my staff. We crafted this language. I edited this language on each one of these pages and gave my edits and suggestions to Ms. Ortiz and others that worked through this. So what you have before you as we go through this year and into every year's what our team, what I, the superintendent, am recommending for changes to, and in this case, a brand new legislative platform on educational equity, or any changes on the other pieces. That said, Mr. Silkworth, and to your colleagues, I would, if it is the will of the board, and the board needs to come together and be collective in a decision, not the superintendent, but I would certainly support, based on the resolution passed earlier by this board, to include the phrase, "We stand united," and I'm reading from my phone, but from our website and your resolution, "We stand united emphatically that Black Lives Matter." Or I'm sorry, we got to hold it far enough away. We stand united. We stand united and emphatically state that Black Lives Matter. I think that is an appropriate statement, but it must be not what Dr. Arlotto believes, but what this board believes, because we will then be going out to the legislatures to support you and this school system on matters that would be related to educational. Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Silver.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. So, Ms. Ortiz, then the other question had to do with if we were to delay this until our January meeting, knowing that the session opens in January and it goes for 3 months. Is your recommendation that that's not a good idea?
So, I mean, my recommendation would be to, if we can adopt this evening, that would be ideal because we do have the holiday break coming up. And so it does take time to go back and finalize this and have it go through the print shop to develop it electronically. And, we make some hard copies as well, and to get them to our delegation and stakeholders in advance of the session. So if you wait until your first meeting in January, which I don't have the date in front of me, it would not be done before your legislative, I guess you'll be having a virtual legislative breakfast. It would not be done before that. And so that would be, in my opinion, problematic.
I'll clarify. Thank you. The next board meeting is, I believe, I don't have that in front of me. I believe it's January 6th.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And then the legislative breakfast is January 11th. So Ms. Ortiz, I mean, I have the same question since the question has been asked. Is that possible if it were decided to bring this back before us in our first January meeting? Is that turnaround possible?
I think it's too short of a turnaround time. I usually give our print folks at least a couple weeks to work on it.
Thank you for the clarification. Anything else, Mr. Silkworth? Sorry.
No.
Where are we to me? Maybe I keep pulling up the list. Yes. So this board did adopt a resolution. I believe it was June, correct? And so this board has made a statement on this matter. When I look at this, and I'm sorry, I'm having trouble scrolling again between two screens because now I have the legislative program before me. When I look at this entire section now that has been added to our legislative program on education equity, and I'm looking at the background. AACPS believes all means all. That means that Black Lives Matter. That also means that our English language learners matter. It also means that our special education students matter. Equity is the priority. To me, that means that Black Lives Matter, and that means that our English language learners are the priority and that our special education students are the priority. I can go through this entire section on educational equity and state with full confidence that means that Black Lives Matter. I am very concerned about how that message would be received if we added that language into our legislative program, I see our legislative program, it's not specific. Like when we were talking about Mr. Smith's previous motion that passed, we made a very general statement so that it covered all potential circumstances that could impact the position of our student board member. I don't see the legislative program as an appropriate place to put that specific language in that names one particular group. Again, I believe this board has unanimously demonstrated the importance of equity, and that equity is our priority. And so, I'm just not comfortable with honing in on one particular group and making a statement in our legislative program. Again, this board, I believe it was unanimous. We unanimously adopted a resolution, and we have made that statement. And as Ms. Ortiz pointed out, it is on our website. But yeah, I don't know how else to put it. For the reasons I just stated, I can't support altering our legislative program with such specific language, because what it might mean to you is not necessarily how it's going to be interpreted by someone else, by legislators, different people. And I think another thing to point out is we did work very carefully. Mr. Smith worked very carefully on the language of that resolution to ensure that it was not supporting a particular organization, but it was making a particular statement. And I received phone calls, and I had to explain the resolution and what this board was making a statement on. I don't want that confusion to exist within our legislative program. So that's, I guess that's where my concerns are. So I had hoped to entertain the possibility of tabling this so everyone had more time to consider, and maybe the language could be fully developed, but it doesn't sound like that is a realistic solution. So now I bring it back to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President Ellis. I want to thank everyone for their input. First, I want to apologize to Dr. Arlotto and Ms. Ortiz. This was not my plan to, put you on the spot like this and say that your work that your teams have put into this is all for naught. It's just because a personal belief of mine, and it's nothing against the work that you have done. And to all my members, my comments have nothing to, I heard everything you had to say. And what I'm about to say has nothing to say about your personal merits, just about what I feel. So please ask that every member listen to my words, not what you heard on the television, not what some community groups are saying, but to my words. As a student member of the Board of Education who happens to be a Black student in this school system, who knows what they feel. So first, this is not about the organization. I have never paid a due to that organization. I don't carry a card for that organization. I'm not saying we support that organization. I'm saying that Black Lives Matter. No more, but no less. That's all. If it was my intent to put down a group of individuals, I would have said that. I would like to think I'm a straightforward guy. And the reason I want this here and now is because we cannot keep beating around the bush. You know, Black and brown boys and girls, they don't feel supported at this moment. Yes, you know, we've done all this work. We have done all this work. We've said all means all. We've done equity policies for years, right? But in all that time, can you say that Black and brown students know that they're supported? They hear that stuff all the time from corporations, neighborhood groups, everybody. Yeah, you know, we love everybody. We do not discriminate, yet we still feel discriminated against. And that's under the policy we have now of not saying that Black Lives Matter. And we're talking about, you know, what happens to the other groups if we say Black Lives Matter in our educational policy. What happens to them? I'll tell you what happens to them. Absolutely nothing. This is not going to take away from them in any shape or form. I know this because we already said Black Lives Matter. We had these same conversations. What is this going to do to the other groups? That was 6 months ago. 6 months ago, a day after Christmas, actually. And nothing has happened to those other groups. We're too stuck in the moment. We're hesitant to take the next steps, these next bold steps, because we're fearful of what a few narrow-minded folks might say. And I'm not saying that that you know that you know, we just need to think of the long term. What is this going to do for every Black and brown student that walks through AACPS? This is going to show that they are loved. Black lives are loved. Black lives are validated. Black lives matter. And that's it. I don't want to take away from anybody else. If I wanted to take away from somebody else, I probably wouldn't have been elected as a student of the Board of Education, as it is my job to represent all the students, not just the Black students. I was doing that. If I want to do that, I would have joined, you know, specifically a Black student group. You would say, well, Drake, you're in the NAACP, you're all doing that. No, we uplift more than Black people, and that's what this will do. And let's just go to the phrasing, Black Lives Matter. This is a moment in time. This is a phrase in this moment in time, and it's not taken away from anyone else. I know this because there have been other phrases similar to this. Votes for women. We all know votes for women doesn't mean take the votes away from men. Black is beautiful. That's not saying white is ugly. White is bad. We're saying right here, we're finally going to solidify that Black Lives Matter. There's this thing called performative activism. In the moment, you know, you say, okay, I'm going to go with what everyone else is doing. That moment was on June 26th when we said that Black Lives Matter. You know, we did it because we felt that everyone else was doing it. Now it's time to let the rubber hit the road here and put our money where our mouth is. Let's finally solidify that Black Lives Matter, because we pass a lot of resolutions. We do. We pass a whole lot of resolutions. And sometimes just because it's in a resolution doesn't mean that students are going to feel that. Once they feel that we're doing it time and time again, we're saying that your life matters, your life matters, your life matters, we're going to do everything we can do to support it, then they'll start seeing the change. But if each time we are afraid because we think that other groups are going to feel disenfranchised, which they have not, because I haven't had a single student come to me and say, Drake, when you said Black Lives Matter in that original resolution, you said my life doesn't matter. I haven't gotten that. And that's not my intention. And they know that's not the intention. We all know that Black Lives Matter. Let's not say some people don't know. We all know that Black Lives Matter the phrasing, not the organization. The phrasing means nothing but uplifting Black people who make up a large percentage of our school system, a large position. So let's not think about what this might do to the others. Let's think about what this is going to do to the intended audience. They may be thinking, Drake, we say that in all means all, but right, everybody has a chance when they need to be highlighted. Right now in 2020, it's Black people. We need this. 400 years of oppression, of our lives not mattering. It's time just to say that Black lives matter and nothing else. Because when you add other things, you water it down. And we do not want to do that. So I'm going to say it again. Black lives matter. No more, but no less. And finally, I just want to say, you know, when you make this vote, think of all the people you've ever met in your life. Think of them and really think that if you say this right now, that the non-Blacks are going to say, well, now they don't care about me. But that's not going to happen. And the Blacks are going to say, finally, I'm validated. So I know I've been talking a lot. You know, I'm passionate about this issue. I'm passionate because I'm a Black man. I'm going to tell you a story. I got my license in the summertime. And, you know, I begged and pleaded my mom just to let me and my twin brother Drew go on a ride. Going to ride right down 175. And in that ride, you know, we passed a police car. And I never felt that fear in my life, ever. And I know that no other group feels that type of fear that I felt that day. You know, I wasn't in the wrong, but it felt wrong because I'm a Black student. And please pardon me for choking up just a little bit. But, you know, this is near to my heart. And I know that's near to every single other Black person I've ever come across. So please don't think that this is going to take away from them. This is really going to add for them, because when you advocate for the disenfranchised, which Black people are, let's not say anything else about that. They've been the most for the longest period of time. Just every systematic law has been targeted mostly towards African Americans. And repealing those laws, fighting that, is going to uplift everybody. That's what this phrase does. It uplifts everybody. So just think long and hard, not about in the moment, that we need more time to think about this, but that think what this is going to do for the future. So I would ask that we have no more discussion on this, and we just vote. You let your heart talk. And if you really feel that this is really going to, you know, take away from other students that are not Black, by all means. But if you really think that, you know, but if you believe like I do, that this is not intended for that, this is going to uplift every Black student and everybody else that has felt like their life doesn't matter, please vote to include this. Because I'm going to say it again, we've done it before and the world did not end. We're still here. So all can't mean all until Black lives matter. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So we've come to a point where if we were to vote, I don't think we're clear on what we're voting for. So,
President Ellison.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Tobin. I was gonna. You can go ahead.
Could I say one more thing? Is that possible? I don't know what the.
Sure.
Sorry, it takes me a while to process. So I think it's in my mind to add to what Mr. Smith is saying. I think it's important to remember that it's appalling that the phrase Black Lives Matter ever had to be uttered. And that's the point. And if we add this, we're putting it on the page about equity. And as Dr. Arlotto reminded us in the presentation we saw, equity is not equality. It's something different. And I think there's confusion in trying to say what we have to say the same for everybody. That's equality. This is about equity. And that is something very different. And this is a recognition in my mind. And you know, Mr. Smith is rightly, in my view, pushing us to be specific here. And to be specific about the fact that we recognize that there is shame in the fact that that sentence ever had to be uttered. And so that's my understanding of this, and I just wanted to add it to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin, for that.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna. You had a concern about what we're voting on. May I reiterate my motion before we do vote on this, just so we're all on the same footing?
Yes.
I move that the Board of Education add to the educational equity in the AACPS believes section, right under all means all, that Black Lives Matter.
So if I want to make sure I'm understanding, looking at the, let me find that section. AACPS believes, bullet point, all means all. And then the following bullet point will say Black Lives Matter.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, still juggling two screens. And Ms. Howe, are you clear on the language?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment.
Madam President, I know normally we let the motion maker say the last words, but we did reopen it. And I did ask at the beginning of my initial comment.
Right. I would like to go, like to go back around.
Please.
Okay, Ms. Frank.
I just want to be clear that nobody's saying that Black lives don't matter, but we did start talking about this being a movement that we're supporting. That was very clear when the discussion came up, that we need to discuss the movement, that we need to point out that this is a movement, and the movement is divisive, as even this board is saying. There are multiple sides to this thought, to how people feel about it. When we say all means all, I agree with that. I'm not saying that I don't. I just don't want to take that to any steps that are going to disenfranchise other groups. And I can tell you that the movement itself has been concerning to me personally and some of the groups that I represent. So if we want to say that Black Lives Matter, we've said it. They do. All lives matter. All groups matter. All means all. But when we start getting into some of the specific areas and some of the specific organizations that we're not affiliated with, I think we need to tread really very carefully. So in light of that, I would not be able to support this. Thank you.
Madam President, I call the question. It's going way too far. And I think we should just take a vote.
There's been a call, the question, so we cease discussion and we vote on whether or not to cease any further discussion. And I believe call the question has to be a supermajority. Mr. Burns, can I just get clarification on that?
The screen wasn't transferring my box over to where you guys were. Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Do
Okay,
not
good.
see you, but hear you.
Let me try to see if I can get the video going too, just to test this whole thing. It's just really sluggish. I don't know if it's the storm. All right, great. The question was whether the motion to call the question requires a supermajority. It's funny. It reminded me that there was a time when there were 9 people and we talked about the number 6, and it was real easy, right? The math was easy for me. Now we're at the 8 number. So I think the interpretation of Robert's rules and under any time you're dealing with a supermajority is that it's going to be at least 2/3. So I believe for you all that your closest way to get there is going to be 6 votes. Right.
Okay.
That gets you 35%, but 5/8 is less than 2/3.
Right. I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Right.
It's been a while since I visited that. Thank you.
Yep.
So we have called the question. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay, not all members were allowed to redress after further. So
Mr. Smith?
it's unfair.
No.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
You were on mute, Mr. Silkworth.
No.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
4-4 split, motion fails.
And Ms. Frank spoke. Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, I'm going to be very brief. I want to say just 3 quick things. If not now, if not you, who? If not now, when? And I want to say that all boats rise with the tide. Putting this in here doesn't take away from other groups. It's not pie, y'all. It's not pie, okay? And thirdly, I support this wholeheartedly every day and twice on Sunday, Mr. Smith, and I thank you for your leadership. Continue to be bold and brave, even in the face of adversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tobin, you spoke again. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, Madam President. Drake, you know, you have good ways of putting things. Most certainly. I gotta say, as I said in my first comments before being called upon and having to respond to so rudely, I gotta say that, you know, I'm coming down to the same identical concerns that I had before. And just to share, you know, part of my family are some of those other minority groups. And so I have those interactive conversations. I think that a lot of people are very tired of having to, yes, say that a certain group matters or a certain group doesn't. And, identity politics is, I can't stand it. I hate it. I think it has created so many problems throughout humanity, throughout hundreds of years. It all comes down to identity politics. And every time we try to rise above it and remove it, we've got to recognize then again that it's still there and it's not going anywhere. I honestly don't think that there's any diminishment, and there is a difference in the fundamental use of our legislative platform. Because we're speaking to specific actions of the state. And I recognize that there are potential things sitting out there for the legislation that are what we believe in, what our core values are, lead to demonstrate. And I know what our delegation does with that information. I would prefer us to take a position by which we are keeping flexible enough in our legislative platform that that entire statement would support. So if there is additional initiatives with our English language learners, with our students that require special educational needs, and with our other stakeholders. I mean, we just spent a couple of, an hour and a half, hour and a half almost, this afternoon policy committee talking about a stakeholder group that we expect to be very prominent in this upcoming legislative section. And this is a legislative piece. So I'm really struggling here because I don't want any student to feel that their lives don't matter. And I would not presume to walk in those shoes. And I don't want to make that presumption. But I also don't want to diminish the intent and purpose of our legislative platform. And I find myself agreeing with Dr. Alato in that I believe that the language that was presented to us, based on the logic of what I'm hearing in the debate, for better, for worse, whether or not it was appropriate or not, was founded on an idea that we need to be making a following statement. And as I said in my beginning part, I look to the guidance of those who know more than me, who have walked in the shoes that I absolutely cannot walk in, obviously, and would not even try to suppose. But that doesn't mean that I don't have an obligation to make sure that our legislative platform is meeting the need of its true intent. And so I'm not opposed to us adding in that which we've already decided, but the whole board, our whole board, our new board here, it clearly has not. But I do have to question where we're going with our legislative platform and some of our other aspects of our education services, because I think that there is an effectiveness of a message to make sure that it is speaking to what is being discussed. And I guess I do need to ask Ms. Ortiz one more question before I go to vote here, because I'm struggling with this. Is there specific legislation that we are anticipating in this category beyond all the initiatives? I know Pazam's doing stuff, and Mabe's doing stuff, and I'm actually working on stuff and working on some of the language. So yeah, the offense that I have is real, because I'm working to the other legitimate causes right now. But I'm speaking about Anne Arundel County's legislative platform, and does similar to what Mr. Silkworth is saying, does this move us in a position as it relates to specific legislative items? Because That's the point and purpose of this. And I think that, you know, there is an effective threshold here. And I want to be clear about what we're going to do with this beyond submitted to the delegation as a general statement. Is there something specific that we are advocating for as it relates? Because that is the intent of, should be the intent of every single statement, of every single word, of every single sentence of this entire document should be nothing more than for legislative purposes, because that's its intent and that's its function. So is that what will this better position us when we start discussing potential equity and, you know, matters of equity and equality in the upcoming session? Because if it is changing year to year, like Dr. Arlotto said, then obviously it's not our strategic goal or strategic statement, but it's a statement that is designed by function to target our positions on specific legislation or potential legislation at this point. Not just to say it, to say we said it and check it off the list. Ms. Ortiz?
So thank you. So a couple of things. So a lot of what's been in the legislative program has been there for a very long time, long before I was here, and met some of it even before Dr. Arlotto came to ACPS, or like the foundational things like local board governance and things of that nature that have always been kind of positions of boards of education. But to your point, yes, it does get updated annually to reflect various things, and it could be issues that come up or changes in law, right? So if changes in law occur, like compulsory attendance, for example, then we update kind of that section. The blueprint legislation was big, right? There's been a lot going on there. So that section got updated like every year because different things are happening each year. So that was updated. So some things as it relates to, I would say, background is more likely to be updated more regularly, just because it's whatever is the latest, new laws, new regulations, federal requirements, etc. And even in our positions have been pretty consistent. But of course, let's say we opposed something or we supported something, and, you know, let's say we supported something and then it became law. Well, do we really need it in the program anymore? So those are the different considerations. Now, as it relates to specific legislation to Black Lives Matter specifically, you know, I'm not aware of anything. However, there's almost 200 members of the General Assembly. So, you know, I would imagine there will be something. I can't imagine there wouldn't be, given the year that we've had, and that this is such a prominent issue. Will it be education related? I don't know. I do know that there have been kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Related conversations on related issues. You know, school resources officers is a big issue that I know will be coming up because police reform is going to happen this legislative session in some way, shape, or form, right? And so that, you know, we've talked, even this board has talked about disproportionate impact on Black students and students of color, Latino students, etc. So that's kind of, I can't think of the word, but not necessarily like a direct piece of legislation, but something that could be related. Educational equity, as you noted, you know, has been an important issue. The state has really done a lot on that over the years. So, you know, there could be something education related, education equity related. You know, the pre-filed bills haven't dropped yet, and, you know, there'll be, like I said, about 3,000 bills. So it's possible. And I don't mean to not answer the question. I'm just not aware of a specific piece of legislation. You know, I don't really, I don't want to opine whether it would put us in a better position or worse position. I will say, I think what Dr. Arlotto and I already said is that, you know, this was our recommended document in consideration of everything, but we obviously understand that the board has other ideas and might have other suggestions of what we don't claim to know everything and, and have all of the answers, right? But this was sort of what we thought, this is what we recommended to the board as what to put forth, including Black Lives Matter, as Dr. Alato stated. If that's what the board chooses to do, then we would fully support that. Again, it's the board has already stated this. It's not anything new or inconsistent. So certainly, we would advocate for that. We'd still advocate for that anyway. The board issued a resolution, so it's already a statement of the board. So that I would still advocate, on things related.
I mean, I guess I am struggling a little bit because I rely on the expertise of you guys to make sure that our language, the draft language that I'm looking at, is going to fulfill the need. And as Mr. Smith and others have pointed out, it's not like we quietly pass the resolution, not at all. And I believe it was actually in August, because I don't believe Mr. Smith took office until July. I just wanted to clarify for record. I heard June on multiple occasions. That was just a little OCD idiom of mine. My apologies. But I just want to, I feel like we're not quite, and I understand the hesitation there. But I'm wondering, I have to ask the question of, was our resolution considered in the deliberations of the draft language? Because I think that's important, at least from my perspective, to know, did you guys talk about it and decided, did our leaders in our school system have this conversation and decided conscientiously to present the language that was originally proposed to us? Which clearly is always of specific intent. But was this conversation, did this cross everybody's mind? Because, here we are and we need the advice on some of these matters. Our board, as we just discussed last night, has not received the level of training that our staff and our teachers and even our students are receiving right now in this matter. And I personally would not claim to be the know-all on, am I right? Am I wrong on it? Because some of that is evolving. Some of that's evolving on us at a personal level and a much larger level as we walk through that. And so in the absence of us being a little perhaps more informed than the staff, because we haven't received that mentorship, and not all of us can suppose what those shoes walk in without some of those additional supports. That's why we have them. That's why Kerwin recommends some additional training for the board. I know by 2024, if my memory serves, in the teacher certification section, there is a requirement that we receive equity training, that we receive ethics training, the state ethics one that MABE offers, and several other things on duties and functions, as recommended by the board. So I don't want to make a presumption here that I somehow, by vote, am claiming to understand it. And I almost feel like I got cornered into it based on that. But I want to be responsive to what the needs of our students are. I haven't heard from our students. And I got to just say, I'm very disappointed that members, have had access to this information and did not share in advance. This is what creates the divide. And it's so frustrating to me because I would have liked to have been prepared. I would have liked to have conversations with our staff interactively to really understand it. Because of course there's no way I can understand it to the contrary, and to hold me harmless, wanting more information or wanting to think of others and to ask the questions. I believe each one of us in these moments are supposed to ask the hard questions of, are we including? Of, are we considering? And for me to ask that out loud and to somehow be shamed on it, quite frankly, it's not going to get us to where we ultimately need to be. The shaming and presumption of guilt and the lack of due process of individuals is makes it even harder, because amidst all of this, I've got to defend some other fallacious claims. So now I'm back here to square one, and I apologize for taking everybody's time. I don't normally do it, but I want to get this right for our students and want that. And I recognize our time constraints with it. And I'm just kind of wondering if we can't either hold this back or get a little bit more insight into why we didn't put this in originally when we have all of our experts working so hard on it. And if this is the appropriate, truly the appropriate place for it, not that you're not recommending on the fly what is a perception of appropriateness, but I kind of feel like I want to be either associated to some sort of pending legislation on it, and make sure it's right. And, I'm just not happy that our entire board is now put in this conversation without any forewarning, despite how many times we, as the former, encourage members. And I understand that the heat's of the moment and everything else, but this was not one of those cases. We've had ample time to flush this out, and I just think that it's worthy of more than on the fly. And because it's not about, do you believe it? It's about, is it appropriate for the condition? Is what I'm coming down to. I'm a very utilitarian person. In my nature to ask these questions, and I believe it's our obligation to always ask. We should never, ever be bastardized for that. I mean, good gracious, we always have that obligation to ask those hard questions of, are we including everyone? That doesn't mean that we're not recognizing it. And that's just, because a member says it somehow is true.
Point of information.
Ms. Tobin, however, did make some very valid points about the moment in time and making sure we're coinciding with it and recognizing our personal role. And that has moved me into making a reconsideration on this that I'm kind of walking through out loud. But I most certainly would like to hear from the staff on how, if there's any additional. I see Miss Jackson still logged in, although we're getting kind of late at night, as to when they crafted this, did they consider the resolution? And if so, why, it's sounding like because we just don't have any legislation to respond to yet in education. But, I could be wrong in its simplicity. So I'll let you guys answer that.
So I can't, speak on behalf of others, but I can say my thought process when I took the first crack at adding this section. I wanted to use language that we already had in our policy and regulation. As the language on the background should look very familiar because it's in our policy and regulation. And so again, this is sort of like a theme. We like to be consistent in the language that we use and make sure that, we're saying the same things and being consistent. And so that was my first sort of documents, I should say, that I referred to were the policy and the regulation. And then I went to the strategic plan as well for language that is, kind of peppered throughout here. And then we, Dr. Gillens and her staff also reviewed it and added a more specific language specific to things that her office has been doing and we as a school system have been doing. So as it relates to, we talk about equity stamina on executive team. That's something we talk about in every executive team meeting. We have trainings, right? Our regulation talks about that it is a collective responsibility. So individually and collectively. So we just wanted to put a little bit more specificity around the policy, the regulation, the strategic plan and some specific action items that we as a school system are currently engaged in. So it's not that we were like, oh, should we include Black Lives Matter? Don't include Black Lives Matter. It was just, these are the things that have been more specifically discussed around educational equity. But of course, to the point of stating that Black Lives Matter, well, then of course, because our Black students are part of this conversation as well. It was just not a conversation that at least was not had with me. So I can only speak for me, myself. And it wasn't something that I said like, oh, should we include, not include? It was the language that we've most consistently used throughout the years. And then again, in our newish, most recent policy and regulation. And Dr. Alato, he provided feedback as well. So I will not speak for him as to his thought process. But again, I felt, and I think we feel when we draft things, that there's consistency in the terminology and the things that we say.
So I guess I really want to hear from our Office of Equity Inclusion and those folks as to does this ultimately benefit our students? I mean, outside of what we've already discussed when we passed the resolution, some of the obvious things there are we. Is this going to be beneficial to the cause, whether it's for legislative or otherwise? Because there's a clear and evident benefit here. Because I'm a person that don't add the words unless it's going to have a benefit. You can feel it, and there's no diminishment of it. But I have to ask point blank, Dr. Alato, to you and Ms. Jackson that are here, are you going to have an effective benefit if we pass this? Because I hesitate to enter into our legislative slate arbitrarily because of its implications. So can you please just maybe provide some guidance here, because I want to make sure we're well supported and that you guys are well supported in your efforts. If it's not going to accomplish that, there may be other ways that we can demonstrate this as an organization and keep our legislative stuff to legislation. But if there's a benefit here, I'd like to hear it so that we can well represent our students. I'm trying to get to the well-informed decision, not waste everybody's time just to make a bunch of statements to people because we're on TV or whatever. I really want to get to what's in the best here.
Well, Mrs. Corkadell, as Ms. Ortiz already mentioned in answering your previous question, we really don't have any idea what legislation is coming down the pike. I don't. So in terms of adding the language Black Lives Matter to help guide our work in supporting the board as legislation appears, I don't have an answer to that question. But you also asked, by adding this language, does this support children and does this support the work of AACPS? And I emphatically say it does. So the board adding the language Black Lives Matter supports the work that we are doing with our students, with our staff, and in this community. But in the end, it's a board decision. This is your legislative priorities, your legislative statements, but it absolutely supports the work that we are doing. And I would support the board adding those three words in the second bullet as has been described and offered by Mr. Smith.
Thank you, sir. That did clarify a lot for me and will definitely help shape my final vote. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, President Ellis, for entertaining additional conversation on this with the staff. Greatly appreciated.
I believe, I'm sorry, um, are we
Mr.
back
Smith
around?
and then Miss Antwine.
Right, Mr. Smith would typically be last. I just felt like Miss Antwine had spoken twice, but I don't remember why. So Miss Antwine.
Thank you, President Ellis. I actually only spoke once, but I don't.
I'm sorry.
Belabor. No, it's your first night. This is extremely demeaning. It's extremely condescending, marginalizing. Everything we wrote here is in vain with what's being said. It doesn't matter who it's coming from, it's wrong. And the young man broke down and explained to you all in a real life situation what that statement means. He's asking that we be consistent with what we've already said. We're not introducing anything new. And he's requested that, he's motioned, in fact, that the board agrees to include the language to put emphasis on a turbulent year in social injustice. But we are on this board to make informed decisions without emotion. And I have to tell you, what's being said here, even the badgering that's continually going, it's unnecessary. And it's just too much. I would request again that we call this question and take a vote.
Just point of information.
I'm sorry. I'm going to point out the same board member has made that motion. It was voted down, and those who did not support it said because they wanted everyone to have an equal opportunity to speak. So, if Miss Antwine, if I am correct, we would be left with Mr. Silkworth.
And I'm okay with that. It's just that it's going too far, President Ellis. It is going too far, and it is outside of the parameters of the responsibilities that we have as a Board of Education. This is becoming very extremely opinionated and outside of the resolution that this board agreed to. So there's just too much going on. If everyone wants to talk all night, I have that time. I am here to serve the students, the teachers, the system of Anne Arundel County. I am not here to explain to people who saw a man dying in front of them what this really means, who just saw a young man cry after he got his license 3 months after, and it wasn't tears of joy. This is going too far, and it needs to be handled. And the way we handle it is via vote, but I respect, especially our new members, that they have the opportunity to say what they want to say. But I say, please tread lightly as well, because what you are saying is out of so far off course from what the intent of that resolution and certainly that phrase means.
Mr. Silkworth.
Well, no one said being a board member was going to be easy. That's for sure. I guess I'm going to start out by saying to you, Drake, we have some things in common. We're twins. But Drake, I haven't walked in your shoes. I have not walked in your shoes. I have to say that. I will have to say to you, Drake, that your speech a few minutes ago was extremely eloquent. And it went a long way to help me understand some things. And as I'm thinking, and I can tell you right now, I don't even know how I'm going to vote yet. I'm looking at the documents, and this document has to do with legislative program. I guess one of my issues is I'm not sure that this is where it should be. If I'm not mistaken, Drake, were you not the one that was kind of the made the motion for the resolution to be passed in June? Groundbreaking, of course. My hat's off to you for that, Drake. As I look at this document, it says AACPS believes. All means all. Equity is a priority. And Dr. Tobin referred to equity for sure. Then I got to number 3 that says equity is a moral imperative. Think about that statement. Equity is a moral imperative. And I've been kind of struggling with that here for the past few minutes. I understand exactly where Ms. Corkadell's coming from, where Ms. Frank's coming from. Again, I'm not quite sure that this is the place for that. I clearly applaud you, Drake, for your passion. I'm not going to tell you I totally understand it. I'm going to be honest with you, but I understand that you are very passionate about this. Again, I'm just not quite sure whether this is the right place for that. The board passed the resolution, and that resolution has resonated, and it will continue to resonate. In our classrooms, we often ask our kids to make inferences about things. If you take a look at the document on page 11, where it makes comments about all means all, equity is the priority, equity is a moral imperative, you would infer that the resolution is there. But then staff decided not to put it there. Or maybe they didn't, I don't know why it's not there, but as Dr. Alada said, it's our call. I have to say also, I really would like to have more time to be able to digest this. And if it could have been delayed until January, that would have been, for me, it would have been much more ideal. And I can't tell you right now what my vote would be. I can't. I guess if we vote in a few minutes, I will know. Tough decision coming up here, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. And we started with Ms. Frank. So I will go before Drake has final say. And I believe we will end discussion there. Black Lives Matter. I joined this board in unity to make that statement definitively in August. When I look at the document before us, the legislative program, and I look at the work that went into developing this whole new section on equity by Ms. Ortiz and her staff and Dr. Arlotto. I think it is work to be extremely proud of. I think it is very clear how extremely important, mandatory equity is to this school system. And I don't think in the equity section it is appropriate to name a specific group because we're talking about equity. I would entertain the idea Mr. Smith, there is new language on page 3 that Ms. Ortiz and staff drafted that says AACPS is committed to the ongoing battle of confronting issues of bias, racism, intolerance, and social justice through intentionally focused instruction and professional development. This to me seems like a much more appropriate place to perhaps state AACPS is committed to the ongoing battle of confronting the issue of racism, period. As the board stated, the board has stated in the resolution it adopted last summer that Black Lives Matter. AACPS is equally committed to confronting all issues of bias, intolerance, and social justice.
I second. I'd go for that.
I don't believe it was a motion.
Well, it was a recommended amendment.
And I've seconded it.
A point of information, Ms. Ellis. Are you offering an amendment to move the statement that Ms. Ortiz has offered that's consistent with the resolution, to move it from the section where we talk about equity into another section of the document? Is that what you're offering?
Yes, it's the section. It's the section that talks about bias, racism, intolerance, and social justice.
That's why I seconded it based on an amendment to Mr. Smith's original, which every member has the right to do, and I do second your amendment, Ms. Ellis.
And before I yield the floor and get Mr. Smith's thoughts on that amendment, Mr. Smith, you have a gift with words, but beyond that, I believe that you and I have had several very in-depth conversations, and I believe strongly that I know your heart on this issue. Beyond, I mean, you spoke it very clearly, but beyond that, I really truly believe I understand. Well, as Mr. Silkworth said, I think it would be inappropriate to say I understand, but I can see where this is coming from, your heart. And I fully I have great compassion for why this means so much to you. And as Ms. Tobin or Dr. Tobin said, it's heartbreaking that this is so important to you, because it clearly speaks to your experience and the experience of many Black lives in this country. And in the same vein, I hope that you have listened carefully and thoughtfully to everything I've said tonight, and that you understand my heart, and that my reluctance to support your motion is in no way indicating that Black lives don't matter. I just look at that equity section, and when, as you said, saying all lives matter waters down Black Lives Matter, I totally get that statement. But at the same time, I feel that adding that language into the equity section waters down equity because it's naming a particular group. And what does that do? What statement does that make for other groups that are represented in our equity statement? But as we do have a place in this legislative program where we have now added language, I haven't heard anyone, though we have yet to vote on the legislative program itself, obviously, I haven't heard any concern about that language that has been added on page 3 that deals with bias, racism, intolerance, and social justice. And that to me seems like a very appropriate place to add the language as I suggested. And now it's all yours, Mr. Smith.
Again, thank you, President Ellis, and I want to thank everyone for your comments, because you're right. This conversation should not be a quick one. You know, we're supposed to really think, look inside, and think. And is this the right decision to make? Is this the right decision to make? This is not a new question to anybody. We've been asking this question for a long, long time. And not every time it was the right decision. But a lot of people ask this question. Is it the right decision to integrate schools? A lot of people say no. Is it a right decision to bus Black students to a white district? A lot of people said no. But as time went on, we realized that was the right decision to make. This is the right decision to make in this moment, because we've heard that equity language before. If you don't mind, I'm just going to read just the first part of the educational equity, the background of it. The board acknowledges the historical, generational, and compounding reality of the system structures and practices that have intentionally and unintentionally created and continue to afford advantages to some student groups while perpetuating inequities for others. And it's giving a history lesson. We recognize it. Now we're going to move forward. That's not the first time we've said something like that. The 2005 memorandum with the NAACP, Section 10, whereas the parties recognize that the conditions in the AACPS system leading to the vast educational disparities between students based on race are not a recent one-time occurrence, but have developed and institutionalized over time, and that any resolution of such disparities will require a concentrated and targeted effort to deinstitutionalize such conditions and retooling of the school system whereby all students are treated fairly and equally in the delivery of educational opportunities. 15 years ago, we had language just like the language we have in there. This is not a new concept to us. We've been talking about equity for years and years and years. Why have we been talking about it for years and years and years? Because no change has come from that. Think about it. If that language worked 15 years ago, we would not have this conversation. But we are having this conversation because it didn't work. Because we stuck to the same old tried and true, don't target a specific group that needs to be targeted. If one arm is broken, you're not going to mend both arms. You're going to put more resources into the broken arm. Right now, the broken arm of our school system is our Black and brown students. I know it's broken because we were in the streets this summer, not me We were in the streets this summer. We're screaming Black Lives Matter. My life matters. I can't breathe. Not because we want to put anybody else down, because we want help. That was a cry for help. This is not going to take away from anybody else. I know we all see that, and now we're stuck up. I know we all see that, and now we're stuck up on if this is necessary in this section. Yes, it's necessary in this section because we say all means all. Equity is the priority. What legislation is going to just encompass that? That's a very broad term. That could be anything, right? So we can't ask the question, what legislation do we need Black Lives Matter for? What legislation do we need all means all for? Those are very broad terms. And also, AACPS believes. This is saying what we believe, not what legislation we support. So that's under AACPS supports. It says resources that support AACPS. AACPS. That's where we ask for the resources. This is what we say. What we believe. We've already said that Black Lives Matter. We've already said it. But the thing is, we need to be consistent on this. We need to be consistent. You can't say it one and done. No, we need to say it time and time and time again. Every chance we get to say it, we should say it. I know this because every chance we can say all means all, we say it. It's on a few letterheads. When you log into the board private site, it's on all means all. Dr. Arlotto said it a few times in his presentation because we believe it to be true. We didn't just say it once when we first thought of it, and that was it. We said it time and time again. Now it's time to do the same with Black Lives Matter. It's time. If we're worried about the backlash, I'm telling you, students will know that this is not to degrade anybody else. This is not to say white lives don't matter, Asian lives don't matter. This is just to single out, like I said, the broken arm of our school system, which is those Black students. And when you fight for them, subsequently, you're going to fight for everybody. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Votes for women does not mean no votes for men. Black is beautiful does not mean white is ugly. God bless America does not mean God not bless everywhere else. We're just asking for extra support because we need it. And this is going to solidify that. So let's think about what's morally right here. Not, the technicalities, because that will bog us down. That will really bog us down. That will bog us down anywhere. Let's think about what's morally right. Why did we all run for the Board of Education? I know why we ran for the Board of Education. I had a conversation with each one of the old members, each one of the new members. I made it a point to ask that question. They said because of the students, whether the students that you have taught, the students that you have raised and put through the school system, or that student that you met on the street and touched your heart. This is for the students. And this particularly is for the Black students. We've addressed everybody else, right? But the Black students aren't feeling the change. My older brother and sister graduated in 2009 and 2012, respectively. That memorandum with all that equity stuff was passed in 2005. Why am I feeling the same pain that they are feeling? If it worked, we would not be having this conversation. So I just want to say, let's try something new. I think Einstein said stupidity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting the same, so a different outcome. If we omit Black Lives Matter from this, that's what we will be doing. I promise you. In the heat of the moment, you're going to get backlash. We get backlash on everything. Think of all the heat we got for not opening up schools when everybody wanted us to open up schools. Yes, they were on us for a week, maybe 2 weeks after. Now we get the occasional complaint. But they're not going to burn down the Paul Ryan building. We're going to get backlash no matter what we do. And we can't let that stop us from doing what is right. We said we wanted the input of the staff. I don't need staff input to tell me that this is the right thing to do. I'm Black. No one needs to tell me how to be Black, how to feel the way I feel. It hurts. It really hurts. I'm thinking about how far we've come and how much farther we can go. My grandfathers both went to Bates. Both of them went to Bates, this all-Black high school. My father's father had to come all the way up from Lothian each and every day. Some days he had to walk. His life didn't matter. My mother's mother, walking home from Arundel High School, rocks thrown at her from a bus with white students. Her life did not matter. My older brother and sister, names hurled at them by classmates. Their lives didn't matter. More recently, names yelled at our Black and brown students. Their lives don't matter. We've been saying this equity thing for far too long with no results. Let's say Black lives matter because they do. There's not much more I can say on this. This is just the right thing to do. And I would ask you all just to not think about communities, our legislative affairs, and not even to think about yourselves or your families. Think about the overall students, the student population. I promise you that when we look back on this in a few months, when the legislative session is up and rolling, we'll say we made the right decision. I promise you. I promise you. You won't toss and turn over this decision because no one's going to feel excluded. But more students will feel included. I will feel included. My twin brother will feel included because we've heard the equity thing for far too long. Let's say it emphatically like we originally wrote it. Let's say it emphatically like we originally wrote it. Black lives matter, and let's say it whenever we can because we know it's right. So it asks that we, when you vote on this, think of the students and think about what this will do for them. This will show those Black and brown students that I matter. It's simple as that. As simple as that. So, I appreciate all the conversation we had on this, but now it's time to vote. And if you really feel like that this is going to be detrimental to all those other students, despite the reasons I said, don't think of the legislative affairs. That's not what this is about. This is about the students. If you think it's going to be detrimental to those other students, sure. But if you know, like I know, that this is going to do wonders, that this will finally help mend that broken arm that the Black students are, vote yes. Vote yes. Vote that Black lives matter. Say it emphatically. We already said that we were going to say it emphatically. Let's put our money where our mouth's at. Black lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Unfortunately, I have to correct one thing you just said, which is that we're not quite ready to vote. There is an amendment on the table. I do have to go around to hear any comment on the amendment. No one needs to feel obligated to speak, and I do ask everyone to respect the time of staff and people watching.
Point of information, please, President Ellis.
Yes.
If this is amendment to his motion, does he have to accept?
He does not. It's been offered as an amendment, and it's up to the board to decide.
And just a point of information, the amendment to my motion, I think Ms. Antoine was saying, do I have to accept it? no matter what the board says. I just want Darren's input. I don't have to accept this
It
amendment.
becomes a motion of the board once it's been seconded, so it is a beast of the board and
Just
must be
point of
accepted.
information. You know,
Mr. Burns?
Yeah, it's real simple. Mr. Smith, once your motion's made and seconded, while you are the originator of the motion, you sort of get that credit for it. It's not your motion; it belongs to the body at that point. And when someone makes a motion to amend and it's seconded, there should be a round of discussion and a vote on that. If it's defeated, it's defeated, and your motion's in its original form. If your motion's amended, that becomes the body's motion. That's how it works.
Can't argue with Robert, so.
It's been done before.
Okay, so beginning with Ms. Frank, on any discussion or questions on the proposed amendment?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim?
I just have one question, and this is for Drake. Sorry, Mr. Smith only, please. Are you, if it comes between having it on page 3 versus page 11 or not at all, and you know where I stand, I'm with you. Is that, if it's between page 3 or page 11, if it's between page 3 or not at all, are you okay with that? Or do you want to, is page 11 where you want to be in terms of the sections of the document? And this is for Mr. Smith only.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Page 11, under educational equity, we should have Black Lives Matter, point blank, period. If we put it somewhere else, add something else to it, watering it down, that defeats the purpose. So Black Lives Matter, point blank, and period.
Got it. And I'm with you. And like I said, if not you, who? If not now, when? I hope the rest of us can be immensely brief. And then let's vote. Cheers.
Dr. Tobin? Dr. Tobin?
No more comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell?
I have no comments on the amendment.
Ms. Antwine?
I have no comment.
Mr. Silkworth?
Could you have that amendment read, please?
I will. One moment. So this would fall in the new language on page 3.
Page 3.
And the current language says AACPS is committed to the ongoing battle of confronting the issue of racism. I put a period there and amended it to add, the board stated in the resolution it adopted last summer that Black Lives Matter, period, and then continue with the rest of the language. Sorry, I lost that part. And then AACPS is equally committed to confronting all issues of bias, intolerance, and social injustice.
Okay, thank you. That is clearly an amendment that I could support. Thank you.
Sorry, one moment. I'm just making sure I got all of that correctly. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. Okay, and then, oh, well, I propose the amendment. Mr. Smith.
All due respect to all the members, I know we want to compromise, but some instances you can't compromise. We're talking about our Black students. When I read this new amendment, this does nothing. This does absolutely nothing. This is the same as that resolution I read from 15 years ago. What's already in the paper. We just need Black Lives Matter, point blank, period. Don't think about what helps you sleep at night. What's going to help your students? This is not going to do that. Please take it from me as the student member of the Board of Education. We have teachers that are, they interact with students, but that's not the same as being a student. We have different conversations. And I know that this amendment is not going to do the job. Don't just do it. Someone said, don't just do it just to do it, just to say we said it. Do it with a meaning. In this new spot, this changes the meaning. This does nothing for our students. Let's put it where it will have a punch, where it will have a bite. Don't just do it just so you say we said it twice. No, we said it once, so we meant it, and we said it twice, and we meant it. And we meant it. And we meant it. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Every time we say it, let's mean it. Let's mean it. This amendment will not do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Again, you have spoken so eloquently. I do want to support what you're trying to do here. And I offered a way that I think could work. And honestly, I don't understand. This is the one part that I don't understand, is why it does not work in this important section when social injustice and incidents this past summer, and certainly going back well before that, but that's what drove the board to take this on through your leadership. And again, for reasons I stated in my very first comments, when I look at the equity section, I think it is simply very well written. And when I read it, I think about our Black students, and I think about our brown students, and I think about our special education students, and many others. And I think all means all. That's what it says in that section. All means all. Which I think is a stronger statement than all lives matter. It fully embraces the statement, Black Lives Matter. However, in light of many of the events, like I said, that led our students to come together to speak out. When I went over into the Laurel community, and I know you were there, and you were helping to lead the effort of bringing our students together over social injustices. And you all were, the students were holding up signs saying Black Lives Matter. and they wanted to be heard, and they were heard, and it was inspiring. We were standing there on 198 and cars were driving by and honking at you all, and it was a very, very special and moving day. And of course, we can't just march and demonstrate and leave it at that. We have to, our actions have to indicate progress. And so I'm trying really hard to make it work, to include the language that I believe you want. But it does need to be in the right place in our legislative program. I do not want to alter the equity section that I think makes very, very important statements for all of our students. All means all. So for that reason, I'm offering this amendment. And so I believe it is time to vote on the amendment.
I just have a question. This is not our standard procedure. The motion maker gets to get the last say, but you touched on some very, I'm not making a point, I just want to ask a question. You touched on some very interesting things. I just feel like I would ask you to please just let me comment on it. Then we can vote on this. Because I just don't feel like this would be right if I just couldn't say these next few words. Just please just let me just say these few things, and then we can get on to this vote on the amendment, and then hopefully we can,
Sure.
Thank you, President Alice. I really appreciate that. The first few things you said, I cannot understand. I cannot understand. Take these next words. There's nothing against you. Like you said, we had these long conversations. I love our conversations. I've grown to love you as a person, all of you as people. So take these next words. Nothing against you. I don't understand. Of course. You're a white woman in America. I'm a black teenager in America. You never have experienced what I experienced. Never experienced, treatment based on your race, mistreatment based on your race in every direction. Every direction. And then you went on to say, I don't see why this doesn't work. This doesn't work because we're not just leaving it alone. At this point, we're just putting it in there just to put it in there, just check off the box. Yeah, we said it. Said and done. But we're not saying it where we mean it. Where we mean it. And just touch on some more experiences. You've never experienced where when you want to, Black Lives Matter, you're trying to speak up for something, then people want to add something for the sake of adding something. All that extra language, it's just adding something to add something. I do not disagree with you that this section, educational equity, was written beautifully. Beautifully. That's not the problem. But the section from 2005 was written beautifully. It was eloquent by lawyers, people who knew what they were talking about, people who knew how to put what you feel into words. But the thing is, nothing changed because we didn't do anything different. Putting Black Lives Matter is something truly different and significant that students will feel. Students have read equity statements 1,000 times over. This is not saying that they're not doing their job. But at this point in time, we need something more. We need something as simple as Black Lives Matter. Point blank, period. You said it yourself. We can't just march and protest without more steps, more progress towards progress, something along those lines. We can't just try the same thing every decade and expect a different result. I'm telling you, as a student who's been in AACPS since the first grade, who's been Black for 18 years, if we just put this amendment, this will do nothing for the cause. So we might as well just not put it at all. If you don't want to put Black Lives Matter by itself, don't add this amendment. Give me that courtesy. Just say no. Because I don't want it just to be in there, just to check off a box. I want it to be in there and actually mean something. So if you're going to vote no, vote no on this amendment, then vote no. Don't try and compromise, because some things you just can't compromise on. This is one of those things, because we've compromised in the past and nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And I will not be tied with more compromises, with more stagnation, because that is not moving the needle forward. And on a personal, thank you for letting me say that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Howell. We're voting on the amendment.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Stand with Drake, nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
I'd like to see it in both places. I'm going to say yes, because I'll probably say yes one way or the other, regardless of the outcome. I think there's benefit to both. I don't think there's an all or nothing. I'm going to probably say yes to this and the other regardless.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Ms. Antwine?
I need a point of clarification, please. We are voting now on the amendment to move this equity, this motion on equity, which involves the resolution of Black Lives Matter, the resolution statement of Black Lives Matter, from the equity section down to a section that talks specifically about race. And now we're voting as to whether or not to do that. Is that,
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay. So my vote is nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
4-4 split, motion fails.
And now we will vote on Mr. Smith's motion.
President Ellis, could we, I hate to belabor this, but could we please hear the original motion again, please?
Yes, this will be page 11 in educational equity section. I move that the Board of Education add to the educational equity in the AACPS believes section, right under all means all, that Black Lives Matter. Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Don't think it needs to be this way. I think this is a terrible way to approach any decision ever in such short notice, something this significant. They do recognize the benefit it could have legislatively at this time. So, yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
It's 5-3, motion passes.
Okay, so we are still on the legislative program. Mr. Smith, do you have anything further?
No, we passed the legislative program as amended.
No, we passed your motion. We passed your added language.
Oh, so I moved to pass the legislative agenda as amended, correct? Not as
We have not. I have to make sure no one else has any comments or questions. Right. So you're good. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks. So now, Ms. Antwine, do you have anything else further on the legislative program?
Yes, please. Drawing blanks. You guys, this was a doozy. Ms. Ortiz, on page 5, it appears that minority student participation is deleted. Is it deleted there, or is it still there but written a different way?
Looking in the academic achievement. Yeah, so we just looked at underrepresented students as opposed to underrepresented groups and minority student participation. I think we're trying to be more deliberate and intentional with the language. And so part of the educational equity and anti-racism training that we've been partaking in as staff and as a school system, using words like minority and diminish, it's sort of like a diminished term. And so trying to do like a student first language. And so the thought was that just saying underrepresented groups as supporting like majority and minority, right? That just sort of already gives like an imbalanced view of certain groups of students. So means the same thing, but we are trying to move away from certain language.
So for my clarification then, when I see the underrepresented students, and then I see minority student participation, and then I look at the list of programs there is a concern that students in otherwise traditionally considered minority groups, if I'm understanding what you're saying, we're trying to move away from that. They are not normally given the opportunity or made aware of the opportunity to participate in such programs, these signature programs that are listed.
Right.
So when that is taken away, how do we then say and place emphasis on the fact that many times those students actually don't get to participate for whatever reason?
Yeah, so the idea is that underrepresented is the place of minority. The way it was written is a little redundant to say underrepresented of minority groups because they kind of mean the same thing, and just the term underrepresented was preferred. So yes, the intention is that by using the term underrepresented groups that we are absolutely including what we would traditionally call minority groups. It was just a change in language. But yes, absolutely. I mean, that's the point there, that we want to bring these students, as you noted, that oftentimes, are not aware or things are not made available, to ensure that we are intentionally, and this is also discussed in the educational equity, it kind of dovetails a little bit with that, and ensuring that we are bringing underrepresented student groups into these programs and making sure that they know of their availability and they're able to participate.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for that explanation. And if I would offer to the board that knowing what we don't want to do is continue in much the same way as been demonstrated tonight, where there is this total misunderstanding and oh my words, we don't want to get into taking away from what is actually happening, and the way this board is able to make significant change is through the law and through the legislation. So, Ms. Ortiz, thank you very much for that explanation. And that would be the only question that I had.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Silkworth.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. I don't either at this point. Thank you. So are there any further questions? I think we're going to move on to, is there a motion to support the legislative program?
Yes, I move that we support the legislative program as amended by the previous motion that passed. Thank you.
There were two motions.
Yes, whatever. Like whatever.
Right. As amended.
Recognizing the previous stuff. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Any comments or questions on Ms. Corkadell?
Madam President, I would like to propose an amendment that I believe is germane, but does not affect the overall, I think, outcome of Ms. Ortiz and our overall goal here. In my amendment, I'll be a little bit on the fly, so I'm happy to accept a technical edit on this at the last minute, is that any core value statements or statements that transcend specific anticipated legislative positions receive a ample time for the board to review, because as my original statements had commented to, normally we are maybe wordsmithing a little bit from year to year, but we have a strategic goal set that we adopt. We have core values that we adopt as a board separate prior to this, and this is supposed to be the outgrowth. And I've got to say how incredibly disappointed that I am. We know this is coming up every single year, and every single member, including our new SMOB, is aware of this well in advance. And to get what I would consider near as close to an ambush, amendments to this, didn't give our population a chance to actually weigh in. This was nothing more than the board having a discussion. There was no public testimony. There was no stakeholders weighing in on this. There was no actual polls or otherwise being taken. And I just think it does a disservice to the overall intent and purpose here. We continue to do this. And so I'd like to make an amendment that we're adopting this with the caveat that for the 2021-22 legislative platform, that we receive draft language on such items that affect our core statements of our beliefs and values, so that it is adequately reflective of all of our resolutions and everything we feel. And the board has ample time to decide this, because I think this is actually a separate matter although embedded in our legislative thing that we need to be discussing. This was incredibly terrible to be put in this position, and with all due respect to the passion of my fellow members who proposed this, there's also an accountability to our public that we didn't vet, and we cannot make any assumptions. This was terrible. I don't think anybody won here. The public had absolutely no comment, no statement. There were assumptions being made all over the place. The staff did not have ample time to review. And always the superintendent should be advising the board. That shouldn't be a foreign thing that everybody's uncomfortable dancing around with. Why? Because we're supposed to share. If we really care about something, we're not gonna one-off it, be in the heat of the moment. That's not what leadership's about. And so I would like this amendment to read as follows: that the Board of Education receive any base level stances that are not specific to legislation to be reviewed by the board no later than the first meeting of November.
Can I offer a suggestion that might be a solution that would not require a motion?
Yeah, because
let me ask Ms. Ortiz.
Yes.
You know, I can't claim to know your process for what leads up to tonight and you presenting us with the legislative program that you recommend. Could this be treated the way we do policy? And you bring it to us 2 meetings prior to now. The board has a chance to discuss it. And the following meeting, we have a second reading, and any amendments should be offered at that time. And then we vote on amendments and the final package at this meeting.
So to answer your question, the board would decide how you want to move forward. So my process is about a couple of months. We start looking at this in about the beginning of October, end of September, beginning of October. I start usually with the initial proposed revisions because I'm familiar with the new laws or, any regulatory changes, things of that nature. Obviously, if there have been any new policies from this board, that may need to be included or we think should be included, such as adding an educational equity section to align with the policy and regulation. And then colleagues are given, their respective sections to review and provide feedback. And then there's back and forth, and the superintendent is fully involved and engaged in reviews as well. Typically, you wouldn't get it this late, but we had new board members that were just took office. And so typically this would come in the first meeting in December. So that, and I believe last year, that's exactly what happened. There were some questions and some things. And so it was held until the next meeting. And so that did occur. And so, certainly bringing it that first meeting in December, or, if you wanted it that second meeting in November, then I would have to start my process sooner. And, I can do that. The reason why we don't really start in September is because it's the new school year and, my colleagues are getting ready with the new school year. So I try to leave them alone and not ask too much of them, which is why, we start typically at the end of September, beginning of October. But yes, I would say though that any election year, it would probably be late so that the new board members have the opportunity to review and weigh in. I hope that was helpful.
It was, but when you present this document, is at that point it's available to the public. Is that right?
Yes, and so it goes out with your board meeting materials, as does anything else. So it's on the board docs, on the website. The information is available to the public at that time.
Thank you. So moving forward, even in an election year, if this was presented to us in the second meeting in November, any newly elected members who have not yet taken their oath have access to that package. And then the second meeting in December, or sorry, the first meeting in December, amendments could be offered. And then, but the final voting happens on at this meeting.
Sure, absolutely. Like I said, if however the board would like to receive it, that's something we can do. I was asked the last election time to hold off, for the new members to be able to have it.
So, thank you.
Madam President, I'm happy to alter since I was since the point of information occurred before an opportunity for second. I move that in November, I would like to broaden it to allow that opportunity and flexibility for the election, that the board receive a draft version that at a minimum, because I want to allow for the flexibility of what happens in the General Assembly, and we can't predict this year to next year because we're in a different condition with different even rules that they're operating under. I want to allow that flexibility, but I want at a minimum that any baseline statements that we're making that are transcending any specific legislation get an ample time for review. And so I'm happy to concede it over to November in general, as opposed to the first one.
So with the language of, I move that the legislative program moving forward comes to us no later than the second meeting in November for a first reading.
I think that would be appropriate to model that, because no member should ever, as a representative, be put in this position ever again. I just find it, from a government's perspective, unacceptable.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion to approve the legislative program. Are there any questions or comments on the amendment? I see none. Ms. Howell, we take the vote on the amendment to bring the legislative program to us.
I don't have a second.
I'll second.
No, the request to call for second has not been made.
Excuse me?
I was finishing off the motion, so I don't believe a second was made, but okay. I'm happy to entertain it. Okay, so we do have our second. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Any questions or comments?
What exactly are we voting on? I'm sorry, I'm so lost over
Yeah,
here.
that was.
We're the amendment.
Can Ms. Howe restate it, please? Thank you.
I am the motion author. I think I can state it.
I just don't think we need tone. Thank you.
My motion is that the Board of Education receive the legislative platform information in advance, no later than the month of November, so that we can carefully consider and afford the opportunity, as Ms. Ellis had stated, for a first, second, and possible third reader, while meeting our need and obligation to have this adopted by the conclusion of our last December meeting.
Point of information, the first meeting of November, the second meeting of November, and can we
I wanted the flexibility.
Succinct, perhaps?
My motion does not specify it, to afford the opportunity of flexibility to the staff, as well as the accommodation that Ms. Ortiz pointed out during Ms. Ellis's inquiry, as it relates to our elected members and fair and fair opportunity for them to also weigh in, which didn't occur either in this particular case.
Okay. Can we take the vote on the amendment? Ms. Howell?
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
I don't know. Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
So I, because I don't know what's being voted on, is it when we're trying to change the timeline of when Ms. Ortiz brings this particular
Point of
package to us?
order, we are in the middle of a vote roll call that it's already been started, and members have already voted, and Robert's rules defines that once the vote has actually started, members must either vote or abstain.
Ms. Corkadell, first of all, we took a vote earlier that you made comments on before you voted, but second of all, it's perfectly appropriate for a board member to seek clarification. We've done it countless times before on what they're voting for. There's no comment here, just a question about what the vote is. Ms. Antwine, yes, what we are voting on is bringing the legislative program before the board in the month of November to allow for a first and perhaps second and third reading before we before this board has to adopt a legislative program, allowing more time for amendments and so forth and deliberation.
Okay. Okay. That sounds like if that doesn't introduce undue burden to staff, I think that's a good idea. So I vote aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
We have a motion on the table to adopt the amended legislative program. Are there any other questions or comments before we take the vote?
They just.
Mr. Smith.
And first, just on the actual motion itself to make it take a
for that period.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
The vote on the original intent of the motion. Just make the motion take
Okay. So the motion on the table right now is to adopt the program with all amendments, which I've counted 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And first of all, I'm gonna say everything I'm about to say, no slight towards anyone. It's not meant to cause any agitation towards anyone, just to explain myself. Last minute intentionally to catch anyone off guard. I would never do such a thing. Conversations about previous motions that are not here tonight that me and my colleagues have discussed. You'll know that that is not my intent by the way I acted on those other motions. I always want input, but sometimes my pastor, he calls it moving with the spirit. I moved with the spirit tonight. I know that's not, it might not be, it might not be what is exactly, by the book, but sometimes the book won't help you. And that's why I want to know, once again, it was not my intent to catch anyone off guard. And the last motion we passed, I want you all to know, no matter how you voted, this board did the right thing. That's all I'm going to say on that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You may think, something negative is going to happen in the future. No, we did the right thing. We took a bold step. Don't lose sleep over that. Don't lose sleep. But we did the right thing, 20 minutes ago. And I would just say,
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, I'm giving some grace here, but
I was about to get back on.
we have put the votes, the previous votes to rest. Right now, we're voting on whether or not. And I don't mean to.
Of course, no, I hear you. No, I appreciate it. I was not trying to beat a dead horse. I was just trying to say, I think it's similar and it just had to be addressed. I just wouldn't, be able to end this meeting if I didn't address it. I appreciate the grace and the leeway. I would just say that I would have to be no on this motion just because sometimes things happen, and this motion I feel will limit that. As a deliberative body, you have to be able to debate things on the fly. I think we had more than enough debate time on that. And I will tell you, if I did bring that same motion up beforehand, it's still going to be all or nothing. Some things for me is all or nothing, right? So all that it would have been for naught. So I'm pretty sure it would have been the same result either way. I know I'm going back on the other topic. I'm just trying to say that I would vote no on this because sometimes you need that. And sometimes it happens. And if we pass this, we might be preventing future members from doing just that, moving with the spirit of love for our students. That's what we did. Thank you, President Ellis.
We are voting on the amended legislative package program. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Oh, I'm sorry, I may have confused myself on the last point. Aye for the amended legislative package. Sorry. It's getting
I'm sorry, you had a chime go off. You're voting aye?
voting aye to amend the entire, to pass the legislative package. I just want to apologize on the last point. It's getting late. It's a school night. I think I have a test tomorrow.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Moving on to item 6.03, access to student information. This is policy revision, second reading. Access to student information, military recruiters, state or federal agencies or institutions of higher education, or JCM.
So yes, JCM, the policy JCM is before you on second reading. It went on a 30-day public comment period. We did not receive any public comment, and just for the benefit of the new board members, the policy has been revised to align with federal and state requirements as it relates to sharing student information with the aforementioned entities. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any board comments or questions? Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Item 6.04, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the board, that the personnel that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted or appointed.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Okay. And we'll vote. Ms. Howell?
I wasn't sure if there were any comments or questions.
I think that would normally, since
Ms.
it's
Frank?
personnel.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 6.05, fiscal year 2021 second quarter operating budget supplemental and fund transfer. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend approval of the second quarter operating budget supplemental and fund transfer for FY 2021 to be submitted to the County Council. And we've got members of staff here to walk you through some of the documents you have before you.
I ask for consent to approve.
You moving to
Adopt.
support the superintendent's
With
recommendation? Yes?
Yes, with consent. Like unanimous consent, I'm sorry.
Is there a second? Well, I want to give an opportunity for any questions.
Sure, second.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Any dissent to approving the superintendent's recommendation?
I just have President Corkadell. This is Ms. Antwine.
Yes.
So the staff is on hand. They had a presentation to present. Before we move into the consent, I would request that we at least see the presentation.
Dr. Arlotto, would you like to go on?
That's completely up to the board. I thought seemed like the board was moving beyond that, but we're certainly glad to share the information. Mr. Shaknovich and Mr. Stansky.
Certainly for
The request was for unanimous consent. A board member has asked for further information, so we will take a look at that. Before we vote.
So I'm clear, President Ellis. So I'm clear. I understood Dr. Arlotto said that they prepared a presentation for tonight, and so I was just sharing that if they prepared one, that we see the presentation before.
Correct.
The consent.
Correct.
That's all I was saying. If
Yes.
Dr. Arlotto and his staff are choosing not to do that, no foul.
That was not their choosing. So, Mr. Cheknovich?
Oh, President, as a point of information, Dr. Law, when you said a presentation, did you mean like slide and like typed up things, or presentation as in they're just going to go over what we will be voting on? Because I think, if I'm not speaking, I don't want to speak for Ms. Antwine, but Ms. Antwine, did you mean that if they had prepared something, you didn't want them to have prepared something for not? Because I don't want to get confused and have to, so I guess if I can ask Mr. Cheknovich and Mr. Stansky, did you actually like prepare something that you would like to read? Something, substance really.
We on each of the yellow sheets on anything before the board, we always mark for the board's understanding in advance whether there will be a staff presentation or not. Sometimes those staff presentations include slides and are more elaborate. And many times, as I think you're well aware, you've been through several budget reviews, not full budget reviews, but in terms of summaries, you've been through this a couple of times, you and some of your colleagues, where Mr. Sheknovich, Mr. Stansky like to walk you through exactly what it is that you are approving and what you're sending on to the county council, because this is including a fund transfer.
Okay, and
so there are no slides to share. This will be verbal.
Okay, and just yes or no, will this be like a quick and dirty?
depends on how many questions you and your colleagues have with the numbers that are shared.
Just I would just ask my colleague, Ms. Antoine. I think I know your intent. You didn't want them to come out here. They prepared something and we not listen to it because that's rude. But we're coming up on the midnight hour, and I think, I think it would be best use of their time if they can just get off this call as soon as possible.
Can I offer a point?
Point of something, sure.
The amount of time we've now discussed whether or not we hear a presentation, maybe we would just like to hear what Mr. Cheknovich has to say. Dr. Arlotto did indicate it could be brief, depends on the will of the board on that one. So how about we hear what Mr. Cheknovich has to say and then decide whether, from there, how much conversation goes on.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks.
Sure. For the record, Alex Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, and I'm joined by Matt Stansky, our Director of Financial Operations, and we're here to present our thesis defense relative to item 6.05, second quarter operating budget transfer and fund transfer for 2001. We've prepared for a few hours worth of presentation and Q&A to follow. We've got a couple graduate degrees between us, so we're ready to go. No, that's in jest. Quite frankly, this is an annual event for us. We begin our budget year July 1, as you know, with the boards and county council's approved budget. But after July the 1st, as time marches on, we do receive funds from other sources that were previously unanticipated, at least unanticipated and not fully documented or auditable as of that July 1 date. Since we operate on an appropriation-based budget, we have to receive permission from the Board of Education to approach our official fiscal authority, which is the County Council, to have the County Council recognize those funds and appropriately place those funds within the various state categories to which they are assigned. So we're coming before you today to seek your permission to ask the County Council to graciously recognize an additional $7.3 million of new revenue that we've received since July 1. 6.1 million of it is from the federal government, $926,000 of it is from the state government, and about $299,000 is from our local resources. All of it is restricted funds tied to grants with exacting specificity. None of it is unrestricted monies in any way, shape, or form. And so with all due respect, given the hour, we'll cease our thesis presentation at this point in time and beg your indulgence and favorable vote.
Thank you, Mr. Cheknovich. Any questions from board members?
Could I make a very quick comment? I want to just thank Mr. Cheknovich and Mr. Stansky for meeting with me to help me understand this process. And I was thinking this evening during Dr. Arlotto's presentation when he talked about all the various people in AACPS who've made the pivot that had to happen, and many of them we see in public a little more, like the food services. But as talking with Mr. Cheknovich and Mr. Stansky, and having dealt with federal grants in my lifetime, I understand that suddenly receiving all that money from the federal government is a blessing, but also takes a level of administration and management that is kind of stupefying. So I just want to, give my thanks to them for the kind of work that I know this year has piled on people that most people don't see what they do. And so I just want to offer my thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. Any other questions? Okay. So we will vote. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
You pass. I mean, aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Ms. Corkadell, you with us?
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
I am so sorry. I have to indicate I have a message that I missed from Ms. Corkadell. She did have to step away. Item 6.06, 2020, 2021 board meetings, hearings, and workshop dates. The board has been meeting in the evenings as we've been meeting virtually, and as students have been working virtually during the day. We have not made any decisions about our upcoming meetings beyond tonight. Ms. Schallheim, do you have a motion?
I do.
Okay, now would be the time.
Okay,
Thank
sure. Thank you. I was just waiting for you. Yeah, okay. I move that the Board of Education adjust the previously approved meeting calendar such that the January 6, 2021 regularly scheduled public meeting of the board will begin at 6 p.m. with closed session beginning at 4 p.m. on the same day. This motion does not impact the two scheduled public budget hearings, which began at 6:30 on January 5th and 7th, 2021, as previously scheduled, or the board's budget workshop, which will begin at 6 p.m. on January 19th, 2021. All meetings and workshops will be held virtually until further notice.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any?
I do have a comment really quick. Do we have any idea, do we think that the January 20th meeting will be in person or virtual? I have a work issue and I want to just be able to work around our meeting.
At this point, it will be virtual.
Okay.
We haven't made any decisions as a board on when we will be meeting in person again, but as our practice has been, it's been based on the case metrics.
To be clear, this is my priority. I want to make sure that I can work my schedule around this.
I understand. So I think, you know, with our case rate where it is now, I'm not aware of anyone entertaining the idea of meeting back in person, but that discussion will certainly happen as soon as possible, I believe, when the numbers drop a bit. Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam President, I don't have the luxury of my hand to weigh in, so my apologies.
No worries.
But I just wanted to point out that the board agreed to my recommendation that Dr. Kalyanarama appear before us during the reopening presentation on January 6th, and I believe that will definitely shed some light on some of that. My understanding is that the state is in near daily conversations with them, as well as our superintendent, and I believe in the coming weeks we're going to see a lot of more information. That was just my only comment.
Thank you. Okay, so we are voting on the motion to alter the meeting time for the first January meeting. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Ms. Corkadell, you're muted.
Sorry, aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 7.01, review item monthly financial status report. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. The board has the monthly status report, budget status report before you. There is no presentation, but we have staff available to answer questions as needed.
Any questions or comments? Okay, moving on, item 7.02, the reopening update, Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, just to let you know, Mr. Smith, this is going to be a little long, so buckle up. So let me start, as I have in the past, giving an update on technology acquisitions from the last time we spoke. Regarding Chromebooks, we recently received an additional 30,553 Chromebooks. So far, the total received during this period is 54,512. We are waiting, still on order, for 3,466 to be delivered. We've distributed over 57,000 thus far. The 30,533 that I just referenced are currently being imaged and processed by our school techs, and they'll be distributed to students in the near future. During the budget presentation, you saw several slides of hundreds of Chromebooks on pallets and out on tables being processed, and that is many of those 30,000 that I referenced. So we have gotten some major deliveries, and we're feeling really positive about that. Regarding laptops for teachers and staff, we recently received 2,898, which completes the delivery of our ordered laptops. The total ordered and received is 5,898. I want to just a quick thanks to our FNS staff for all their hard work, Food Nutrition Service Team. They, as I mentioned in my budget address earlier this evening, no, that was yesterday, that they have prepared over 4 million meals. They are truly amazing, amazing folks. Likewise, a quick thanks to our facilities and operations team. They've been working hard in our buildings since the buildings closed in March, and our buildings are in fabulous shape. We are looking forward to the return of staff. And quick update on Brightspace, which is our learning management system. I certainly am pleased to tell you that teachers will soon begin testing what we're calling the sandbox. They will soon begin testing our new learning management system. This will be a gradual process for our teachers and families as we look to provide more intuitive and enhanced virtual learning environment for all of our students. You'll hear more about Brightspace as we get closer to the implementation in advance of next fall. Some additional news in several different areas as it's impact our students and their work in the virtual environment. Secondary students have been availing themselves of more of our evening offerings for homework help and tutoring. To date, we've had more than 1,700 drop-in sessions and almost 1,400 small group sessions scheduled and attended by our middle and high school students. Families can find this information and sign up for our on our virtual learning website at www.aacps.org/virtual learning. Virtual co-curricular opportunities are going strong so far this fall. For example, we had over 1,400 third, fourth, and fifth graders enrolled in our 4-week virtual STEM clubs across the county and we already have 700 registration requests for the January 2021 session. Students are loving these opportunities. Parents are pleased. Not only did students enjoy STEM projects, they made new virtual friends as well. Interesting to note that many parents report that this club has really helped their child meet and interact with other students with similar interests. Our excellence in performance and visual arts continues to soar even in the virtual world. Recently, over 330 of our middle school and high school students were invited and participated in virtual all-county chorus and all-county orchestra performances and our all-county dance competition. Moreover, we have 98 student art pieces being collated right now for our first ever virtual art exhibit. And once again, artwork from our high school student artists is featured in the public art exhibit at the Annapolis Mall. Lastly, regarding our future, our planning, continuing to plan for the future. We're exploring making some changes to the virtual instructional schedules based on input from students, teachers, administrators, and parents. The academics planning team has considered several changes, and those are being shared with various groups to get feedback. Through this process, we want to continue to learn and improve our virtual instructional delivery. Since we began this process in March, we want to continue to improve and get better. We are likewise, as we're planning for the future, planning for the return of small groups of priority students in January. This will greatly depend, of course, on the COVID metrics and the support of our Department of Health, who we continue to partner and plan with. And lastly, as you're well aware, we continue to plan for the implementation of the hybrid model at the beginning of the second semester. Our planning includes ongoing conversations with our Department of Health, and the implementation, of course, will depend on the COVID metrics. There will be another family survey, similar, not exactly, but similar to the one that we put out in October. That's going to go to parents soon, asking them to indicate their learning model preference for the second semester whenever we are able to have students return to hybrid learning, as well as their interest in utilizing transportation. And with that, Madam President, I've concluded my brief reopening update.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. I'll go around for board questions. Ms. Frank, do you have any questions?
No, just thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm excited to see all of the meals and the Chromebooks and just the vast machine that you guys are pumping out right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I want to speak specifically to the virtual STEM club that occurred. My daughter participated. It was fabulous. It couldn't have been better. It was so good. It was that good. I loved everything about it. Some of the virtual club meetings happened while I was on these meetings, and it was run so well and smoothly that, you know, I could be present for our meetings while she was present with her virtual classmates and virtual STEM teachers. I highly recommend it, period. And it was just a delight. Thank you for offering such things. We will take advantage of them in the future. You said something about January. What's happening in January? Is that a different version? Because I was just checking my emails to make sure I didn't miss anything. Because we totally want to.
Something. It's
did.
huge news. You missed it.
I did. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. All I was referencing, Ms. Schalheim, is that in January, as we are planning for the future, one of the things that we're planning, and this is all happening parallel to each other, one of the things that we're planning is we're hoping to bring back the small groups of students that we had in buildings before, and we want to bring them back before February, before we start hybrid model. So I was just reiterating that we're planning for that. Those special center students, some of our other special education students, our ESOL students, the CAT centers, our hope is to bring those small groups back in January before we bring back the full group of students in the hybrid model in February.
Got it. No, I heard that. I thought I heard reference to another series of STEM club offerings.
In reference to STEM, yes, ma'am. There will be yet another one in January. Correct. There will be another one in January, and I believe that registration. And I think Dr. McMahon is still on in the meeting with us. I think that registration is still open, and there's still slots open for that January elementary STEM program. Am I right on that?
That's correct, Dr. Alon.
Thank you. Dr.
Great. I'll have to comb through my emails, see where I missed that. Thank you again. And again, the STEM thing is fabulous. Everyone should go.
Thank you for the endorsement on the STEM piece. We'll be able to refill that up with another 1,000+ students. That'd be fabulous.
Good.
Dr. Tobin.
No specific questions, but thank you. It's terrific to hear this update, and congratulations to all those who are making it happen.
The team, thank you, Dr. Tobin. The team is just working nonstop. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
No comments at this time, but I do want to, I guess I do have a comment, and that is I feel compelled to recognize the folks that not only testified, but were hoping to be able to hear us tonight that did not. But thank you, Dr. Arlotto. I know you guys probably prepared for a lot more questions and engagement than the board has provided you the opportunity to do so tonight because of unanticipated business. So thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, thank you. First, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. Very exciting work. Actually, very interested in that virtual art show. My art from art class never ended up in Annapolis Mall, but it was always on Mom's fridge. So that's
a pretty special place to be.
Even better. But I do just have a question. I kind of just want to read some things from students, and before I ask this question, it's not specifically about your update. Last week, I just asked some students, how they're feeling about virtual learning. I had them respond to a meme. I won't get into too much detail, and I'll share that later in an email, probably sometime later this week. But some students, I'll just read a few of these. Someone said, "I can't find motivation to do work, and it feels like there's no downtime when stuff isn't due. Student burnout. We are tired all the time. We can't sleep. More will miss class. We have half the class time and double the work. My mental health is horrible. Difficult to balance school with other responsibilities. Little social contact makes things hard. My mental health isn't good right now, so online school and so many assignments just make it worse. There are too many things due all on one day. I get multiple assignments from some teachers. School is so much more emotionally draining than ever before." Those are just some quick ones. But then one student, I think they shared this. Asynchronous video lessons, especially for AP classes, take up a large portion of students' free time and keep them from doing leisure activities in that time to relax. Lack of leisure and things they normally do for fun demotivates them, and it turns into a negative feedback loop. Eventually, we're just left with hours of assignments and feeling dead tired because we haven't done anything to relax / have fun. Just to the folks at home, this is not bashing virtual learning. This is just, student comments, right? I told at the beginning I want to get a lot of student input, and I try to get some student input. So I want to ask Dr. Arlotto, we're coming up on winter break, right? A week and some change, just where students, they're supposed to winter break. And I know that teachers will, I've gotten homework over winter break in these past, 12 years, not every time, but sometimes, and those times I got it kind of sucked. I mean, it kind of takes the purpose out of winter break. Now, I do not want to force teachers to do anything that might change their curriculum plans, but I do have a question for you, Dr. Lowe. Will you be willing, I guess, or can you put out a memo, maybe encouraging teachers to maybe limit the amount of homework that they give out during this time? I ask this because we've never been through a winter break in such, just crazy circumstances, right? And I think we can cut our students, give them some more leisure time than we normally would. And I think they would really appreciate that. So when they come back in the new year, they'll truly be ready to learn, and they'll be looking forward to learning. Because I will tell you, I'm sure you can all experience this. When you have a break, but then you have something pending that's due, sometimes more than one thing, kind of takes away from that family time, from that leisure time. And, it's not like a full break. So, Doctor, is that something, you can do or you're willing to do? So I think it would really go a long way, just for the students in general, to show that we're really listening to their concerns and we do not really want them to burn out. Because I think this is a problem, and I just feel like we can address it. We can do something like it.
So, so I appreciate you sharing some of your classmates' thoughts and what I am willing to do. It's really about what we are doing. And so if Dr. McMahon and Mrs. Jackson want to share a little bit about what we are doing is working through the principals so that they're talking to their teachers about not just work over the winter break, Mr. Smith, but the workload overall, because what you referenced didn't reference winter break. As you were reading from student comments, it referenced what's happened up to this point. And so what we are doing is having conversations with principals, really under the leadership of Mrs. Jackson and the Office of School Performance, to make sure that teachers are understanding what the work that they're assigning is doing and how it is compounding across the 8 classes that a student takes. And then you might even want to ask Mr. Silkworth about the work that he was assigning as a teacher in this virtual environment. But Mrs. Jackson, Dr. McMahon.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for the question. On Tuesday morning, we had the opportunity to meet with all of the principals, and we discussed a wide variety of topics. But one of the things that I did update them, and I, as the person who oversees the Office of School Performance, one of the things that I do have the opportunity to do is to update principals, and this was one of the things on the list. Focusing on the mental health of our students. We had just come off of having the teen advisory. And as I promised the teens, I would meet with the principals and talk to them about that. Dr. McMahon and I, in our weekly meetings together, we talk a lot about quality versus quantity of assignments. And so we, as Dr. Arlotto stated, that is the best avenue to work through this, is for us to give the message to principals and principals speak with teachers. There are some things that there may be something that does come up that a student may have to work on during the winter break, or during any break, or during a weekend, or during any time that's considered downtime. But we're very cognizant of that, and that's something that we're continue to work with schools, principals, leadership to help find that fine balance. But what I would also offer Mr. Smith as we continue along this journey is, if a student is having a particular issue, to please have that student reach out to their principal. So we can only fix that which we know about. And so please, again, and I'm saying this for anyone who is still listening this morning, that if there is a particular issue, the principal would love to have the opportunity to rectify the situation so that we can attack it at a two-prong approach. And with that, I pass it over to my colleague, Dr. McMahon, to add anything to that.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. I can only add, Mr. Smith, that while Mrs. Jackson is working with the principals, we're working on the academic side through the department chairs with the teachers and to support the notion that less is more. Now, that's a very tricky notion because when you have a 90-minute period, you have instructional time where the teacher's sharing information often. And then we have we do time where together we're working, teacher and student. And then we have some you do time where the students are actually gaining the independence with the work. And over 90 minutes, that's become very familiar to our teachers. Now, when we move to 45 minutes, that's an unfamiliar amount of time. And although they're doing great jobs, I mean, stellar, heroic jobs, oftentimes what happens is the lesson doesn't quite finish, or it finishes and the classwork hasn't been done yet. And so what would have been a small amount of homework turns into classwork and homework, and almost double the work in some cases. And they don't mean to be doing that, but they feel like they would cheat you out of something if they didn't. And so what we're doing is working with everybody to almost reimagine what it looks like. And we're sharing all of the things we've learned over the years from the many, many people who have been doing virtual learning for over a decade. And they have learned that it is truly a less is more activity, not less learning, but less quantity of work with respect to and as Mrs. Jackson said, less quantity and more quality, really rethinking what we're assigning and how we're integrating the work so that it meets the standards. So from all angles, we are attempting to really help everyone rethink what this work looks like in the virtual world.
Thank you, Dr. McMahon and Ms. Jackson. Thank you both. And yeah, Mr. Silverworth, I would love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I would like to chime in here. One of the things that I would suggest is I always took the stress levels of my students, and when their stress went up, in many cases it was because their workload went up, and we always had conversations about that thing called procrastination, which some students have a tendency to get involved in, which they should not. We had songs about that, and we did that. For me, the biggest thing also was communication. My students kind of had the luxury that they communicated with me, and I let them know that they needed to communicate with their teachers and let them have an idea or an understanding of where they are. And there was nothing wrong with talking to teachers and come up with a plan together. And of course, when I was chairperson of faculty council, there were times when I actually went to the principal and said, hey, I think we need to have some conversations with some staff just to let them know students have lives too. And we need to be aware of that. And, some of we have great teachers, we have great students, but some of the teachers don't understand maybe what I might understand in terms of the fact that these young people have lives and we have to respect that. And so great communication is a very big thing, and don't procrastinate.
I think Mr. Silkworth is absolutely correct. And also, we speak with students, Dr. McMahon and I speak with students all the time. And the other added pressure, Mr. Smith, is the fact that our parents are more connected than ever to their students' learning. And so that adds another layer of stress. I know it does for my ninth grader, that I can follow his grades and whatever he's doing at any given time. And so I think that that's also a balance that fine balance that families have had to navigate.
Well, thank you both. I saw Ms. Frank had her hand up, but I had, I guess, more questions. I would love to yield to Ms. Frank, just for the sake of the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that. I just had a kind of a follow-up question to some of your comments. Not only is this the winter break, it's also the Christmas break. And as a religious holiday, are there any considerations to students as far as this being a religious observance for many of them and their workload? I know in many religious holidays, we don't assign homework because the understanding is that they're going to be spending that time with their family. And do we have any of those, proclivities towards this as well? And maybe Mr. Smith, you can even answer that for me.
Well, I guess for me, I've always thought of winter break with school as a winter break. At home, of course, it's Christmas break. With school, winter break. So I always thought of the homework as, over winter break, do it by New Year's. So I never really thought but I never did homework on Christmas. Never did any work on Christmas, except for opening up the presents. But that is a good question. I'll turn it over to the experts.
Yes, ma'am. That question has always been in alignment ever since I was a student in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, that fine balance. And we do encourage the family time. Again, with over 100 schools, if there are areas or schools or teachers, many of you all know this, just please, like I said, begin at the principal level, let the principal know. But we do value that time. But we also value students keeping up with their skills. And so sometimes things may be recommended and not necessarily assigned per se. So a teacher, for example, an AP teacher may recommend a reading over the break to help them sharpen their skills as they're preparing for a test or what have you. So like I said, if there are concerns in particular areas, please do let us know, because we want to make sure that we are responsive to the needs of our students.
Dr. Tobin.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to just ask quickly, because the hour is late. I would assume you're thinking through what part of the lessons, so to speak, of virtual will persist after we don't have to be all virtual, which of course we all hope is soon. And the less is more to me, and now, I'm speaking as a college professor here, but my own daughter, who just graduated from Annapolis High, has just finished her first freshman semester in college. And what she and her friends find, I think, uniformly, is a lot of the stress comes off in college because there's not a perception of a certain amount of quote unquote busy work. And I'm not saying that what's being handed out is busy work, but the less is more, I think, has tremendous value in giving students a sense that what they do have to do really matters.
Yes, ma'am.
Which goes to motivation. And that's always what I saw with students I taught in college. When they came out of high school, there was this kind of, I just focus. And we understand they're at a developmental level, but it does seem to me that might be a benefit of working through the virtual experience and seeing kind of what carries through. So I'll be interested to see kind of what you glean from this as pedagogical, general pedagogical material to carry forward. So
I think you're very wise in saying that, because those are the conversations we're having. How do you really get to the core of building meaningful assignments that students feel excited to be engaged in doing? And they realize this is not busy work. This is hard, fun work. And that's what we're shooting for. And that takes a little time, as you well know, but we are going in that direction.
Actually, there's some school systems, I believe, where less is best. I believe it's Denmark, where they actually eliminated homework and they cut the length of the school day, and their scores skyrocket.
And Montessori doesn't give homework until middle school, maybe, and very little. So
Those are things to think about. But I guess back to my original question.
I'm sorry, let me just, before anyone else interjects, this is a very fruitful conversation and something that I have a lot of thoughts on as well. I would love to see homework as an agenda item sometime in the near future.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Smith.
At least we know the president's on board getting it on the agenda, so that shouldn't be a problem. But back to my original question about, like, I guess a memo or something. You said you talked to the principals, and I assume that was all the principals, not just high school, elementary. One, that's a lot of schools, and I would just say that's a lot of people to keep track of, that they, distributed the information that they were given from you to all their staff. I'm not saying they didn't do it. I'm just saying that's a large factor. And with me, such a big school system, I want to make sure, that person at Van Bocklin Elementary, their teacher is being told the same thing as that person at Annapolis High School, or Brooklyn Park Middle. So I think, take everything. I'm not telling you to do anything, but I think it would be helpful to the students if somehow you could take everything you told me and my colleagues, compile it all up and then send it out to the teachers directly, through an email blast, and just say, we're not telling you what to do, but we would just recommend that you, limit the homework to either, whatever I think you can craft the language for all I'm told. And I would just really urge that you, think about it. Not at this late hour, of course, you all need sleep, but maybe get fresh eyes on it and really think about it, because it's been a crazy year, and I'm a guy who's for some time, grace and mercy, and making those making changes when necessary. And I think this year is a necessary year not to do things by the book. So I would just ask that you, think about maybe sending out a memo or whatever you want to call it to the teachers, and basically say, hey, let's let's relax on the homework. It's been a tough year. Let the students spend time with their families so they'll come back nice and refreshed. And I'm telling you that will do a few things. One, it will actually refresh the students, but two, then they'll know the school system is listening. I think a lot of time the biggest thing we may not consider all the time is perception that the students feel. Right. And I've shared this before. Students have had conversations at the lunch table or over a group chat now that, man, this has been going on too long. Schools is not listening. This, and the other. And I think especially now in these crazy times, if we just show them that, hey, we heard what you were saying about the workload. We understand that you have lives too, to put it how Mr. Silkworth said. I think that would really go a long way in a lot of places. And I think in the new year, we'll see new students because of it. So that's all I had to say. And I don't want to
thank you.
Prolong the topic anymore. And I appreciate your consideration on the item. So, President Ellis.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Ms. Antwine.
So, thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for the reopening presentation. I would ask a couple of things. One, the reopening is such an incredible and important topic. If we could have it earlier in our agendas moving forward, I think it would coincide with some of the public, what the public may want to share, and some of the information that we can digest after 12:30. And the second thing I would request is, I'm asking. This time of year, normally the students from elementary on would have like science projects, or I think with the IB projects that the self-reflective projects they would have. The juniors and seniors may be getting decisions from colleges or making college visits. How are those entities working in a virtual environment at this time?
So that's a good question, Mrs. Antwine. It's hard to imagine, but many of them are moving right along, just as if they were in the brick and mortar school. The IB students are working on their essays, their personal projects, depending the age of them. Certainly the AP students are doing similar things. Students involved in robotics clubs are having competitions online. Science fair moving right along. We've got STEM competitions going on, poetry slams, dance competitions that are very interesting, and things going on in the virtual world that you can literally almost not imagine. And whether that's homegrown because our teachers have just risen to the occasion of being creative, or whether it's jointly with a nonprofit or an organization that's sponsoring the virtual experiences. Things are moving right along as if it were brick and mortar. Now, in some cases, are things not happening for individual students? Absolutely. I wouldn't tell you everything's normal, but I would say to you, there are literally as many opportunities, albeit that a bit different, as there were in the brick and mortar world for students.
Thank you for that, Dr. McMahon. I also want to comment on when you talk about things are moving along. I participated in some of the all county music and choir and the orchestra and the band. Excellent. Even in the virtual environment, I shared with Ms. Baden and others, I do miss not being there and being able to stomp my feet in person and feel the vibrations from the stages. But I want to commend every one of you that are trying your best to ensure that the students are in as normal of an environment despite everything that's going on. And I commend the students who are taking this all in stride and invoking the positives. It's sincerely incredible.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you, Dr. McMahon, and Ms. Jackson as well.
Mr. Silkworth.
I would just simply say that great things are happening in Anne Arundel County because we have great leadership, starting with Dr. Arlotto and his staff. We have great teachers, and we have great kids and great community and great families. So I'm not surprised. Thank you all.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I want to piggyback off of Ms. Schalheim's good news experience. I have, while virtual learning will never replace the value of in-person interaction, I do want to share a story that I have a freshman this year who is new to AACPS and was very disappointed not to walk through those doors on her first day of school. She's in a magnet program, so she is in classes with students who share her interest and has made a best friend that she interacts with outside of class almost every single day. It is heartwarming to see that relationships can still be developed in the virtual environment. So just a good news story to share. Piggybacking or just adding a little to what Mr. Smith was talking about, it just made me realize, and I understand, fully understand the concern there, Mr. Smith, and we're hearing from parents, and I'm seeing my own kids feeling a bit overloaded. So I concur with what Mr. Smith is asking for there, but I see it as just a sort of a inspirational, encouraging, cheerleading our students and teachers message from you, Dr. Arlotto, going into the winter break to just take a moment to recognize how hard this has been on all of us. All of us, meaning collectively all of AACPS, and I think that would be just a wonderful opportunity to try and lift people's spirits. Just a message from you, I think, could be very encouraging for people. And certainly within that message, encourage everyone to take a pause, take a break, tend to yourself, and that's to our students and our staff. So great idea, Mr. Smith. Shoot, I thought I had one more thing, but it is very late. Oh, I do have one more thing. Dr. Alato, that's another thing I've been hearing a lot about is ideas, suggestions, concerns about the virtual learning schedule. So I heard you say that changes are being formed. I didn't hear what you say. What's next? You said, are you taking that to the committees, or I'm not sure what I heard you say about what's being done there.
What I said is so the committees have been looking at the schedules, and they've made some suggested changes, and then they've been taking it out for comment. Met with group teachers, met with a group of parents. Last night, I think, Dr. McMahon, you met with a group of parents, elementary, middle, and high school, got some of their feedback. We met with principals at the various levels, elementary, middle, and high school, to get their feedback on how. So I don't know exactly what the next steps are going to be, but we've been listening to, again, going back to my point in my reopening report, is we want to learn and get better at the virtual environment. Right? We've been doing this, and we want to hear and listen, and what is different. I've had the opportunity to meet with groups of high school students. Mr. Smith has joined those in the last 2 months, where we've talked about the schedule and some of the things they'd like to see: more instructional time, less time in the middle of the day. We are constrained with the beginning and the end of the day. So we only have that 6 or so hours right in the middle of the day that constitutes the day of what we can work with. But we are looking at making some changes to the virtual schedules. Nothing is finite at this point.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the update, Dr. Alato.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Corkadell?
My apologies. I'm hitting raise hand and it's not working. I don't know why. my little 3 little dots disappeared and haven't come back since the beginning of the meeting. But I did have a question. We have, as a board, the CAC reviewing the original document. Dr. Alato, are you guys willing to, number one, review what they are finalizing and incorporate it, and number two, and consider what our Citizen Advisory Committee has been working so hard with, and then second to that, maybe even provide an opportunity for them to share input with you guys on some of the future plans? Because I really, the goal was to get you guys timely feedback, and given just even this couple weeks delay combined with the timeline that's being proposed, my goal is never to waste people's time. And if there's no consideration going to be made from staff or otherwise, I would kind of, maybe we could talk about how they can provide that input, and even input into some of the future recommendations, because I kind of feel like we would be a little bit behind the 8 ball there.
So we are, of course, always glad to get input from the CAC regarding the SWOT analysis, I think you called it, that you assigned, that the board asked the CAC to undertake regarding the reopening. Glad to see it. Nothing has been shared with me. So
no,
I've not, Ms. Corkadell, I've not had any conversation. The CAC has not approached me, asked me for any information. And so I'm not familiar with the work they've done. Whenever I understand, I heard from the report tonight that they're close to completing their analysis, and I'll certainly look forward to that. But they've not shared anything with me up to this point.
And so the second part of my question was, is there a willingness to share that before we get some kind of final? I mean, our CIC is designed to give us that input, and I've sat in those roles before, and normally you're getting it before the final body's, deliberation for it. That didn't occur the first round, but my goal was to try to get it so that we can actually connect with our advisory to it. And so I don't want to make any motion or anything, but is there a way that we could maybe work through our board leadership and you guys to help coordinate? Maybe Ms. Lombardi could assist as the liaison, naturally occurring liaison, just to make sure that number one is that, the effort is recognized and that we're receiving that timely advisement to coincide. Because it was clear and evident to me that no matter how good or how robust we had presented things, that our residents really felt like they would have liked a little bit more interactive representation, which was the point of the motion we passed, to make sure that, because that's what they're there for by law and also by script. And I'd really like to get some of their input based on how they're set up, and they're there for that elementary as well as the middle and as well as the high, and their diversity profile gives me a little bit more confidence that we have good representation when we're receiving that advice, of course. And some of the reforms that I work collaboratively with our Vice President, Ms. Schalheim, on clearly is going to go that distance for us. But I just want to make sure that that's kind of calculated in. And I'm willing to, I think there's flexibility there. However that can work, I'm sure that them and us and Miss Lombardi and Miss Howell can help coordinate that.
I am always glad, again, I'll say it again, glad to interact with and hear from the CAC. But I also need to say very firmly, I don't direct their work and I don't insert myself into their work. They are a guide for you. They are a body that serves the board under the board's direction. But if Ms. Howard's wonderful. I've presented to them over the years. Anytime we have policy changes, the last time we made changes, for example, to the grading policy, we took it to the CAC for their input. So glad to do that. I'll leave that to the board leadership to point them in our direction. That would be great.
Yeah, that's normally how it would happen, is they would facilitate on our behalf. And we already have an active motion, so it's just ensuring that the spirit and intent of it's upheld. So
I'll look forward to it.
Okay, yeah, that was more of my secondary comments were more directed to general board, not just yourself. And thank you so much. I don't mean to throw stuff like that, but I do think it's important because we do have an active motion, and they did report on it, and we're getting ready to make some major decisions again. And I want to try to get that additional input if we can, if we can squeeze it in, being time mindful, that would be great.
Sorry. I thought I just closed out.
You so well represented what the board is probably feeling and all of its members right now. I think that's a good presidential
When the screen disappeared, I thought I logged out of the Zoom meeting, and I thought, oh my gosh, everyone's gonna be wondering what's going on. Okay. Do I have a motion to? Well, first that completes item 7.02. And I guess before, I want to just make sure the public is aware that our next general board meeting is on Wednesday, January 6th beginning at 6 p.m. We will have budget hearings from the public, taking public input on Tuesday, January 5th at 6:30, which will be virtual. Thursday, January 7th at 6:30 will also be virtual. Information about how to sign up to testify at those hearings will be forthcoming. And we have the budget workshop on Tuesday, January 19th at 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Holidays.
A very happy holidays to all. Thank you all, and see you soon.